Good morning, Ms. Hassim.
Morning, Chair. How are you today?
Well, thank you. How are you?
Good, thank you. We thought we'd give you a small...
Even though I think I did pupillage with you, I've embarrassingly forgotten your name. Please remind me.
Rafik Bana.
Sorry.
Rafik Bana, B-H-A-N-A.
Thank you, Mr. Bana. Good morning, Mr. Premji.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, Commissioners. I'm sorry, I didn't realize that we had started and I had my back to you. That was totally inadvertent.
I did not even see that,
Oh,
Mr. Premji.
well, now I've just outed myself. I'm sorry about that, Chair.
That's exactly what officers of the court should do. Thank you. Perhaps the starting point is this. The order. I accordingly make the following order. The relief sought in prayers 2 and 3 of the applicant's notice of motion dated 18 February 2026 is refused. The reasons will be handed out hopefully after the T adjournment. I requested the research, the commission's researchers to dot the I's and cross the T's, because I did not have much time to do the editing myself. So I hope it will be ready after the tea break. That is the order.
Chair,
Yeah, the reference should be to 3 and 4. 3 and 4.
yes, thank you, Chair. Chair.
Prayers 3 and 4 of the notice of motion, because we already dealt with 2.
Yes.
Thank you.
No, thank you, Chair. Just for the record then, our client is waiting in the new holding pen, and I don't know, I assume the Commission will attend to bringing him down here as and when.
Shouldn't we
Could we adjourn for...
adjourn and wait for an indication that everything is ready?
That would be appreciated, Chair.
Chair, before
Yes,
we may do so, I'm sorry to be so interruptive right out of the starting gate. I understand that my learned friend, I raised an issue with my learned friend regarding the witness and the need for comfort breaks, obviously subject to your discretion. I've explained the reasons to my learned friend, which I will not be reiterating in public in this way. So, safe to say that the personal circumstances of the witness might require comfort breaks and accommodation, and if he indicates as much, then we'll be in your hands, please, Chair.
All right. There's no way we would stand in the way of that. Do you have any idea, based perhaps on the history, in quotation marks, as to what the intervals are like?
Might I take an instruction?
Yes.
Chair, I'm told anywhere between 45 minutes to an hour and a half is the interval period, but obviously extenuating circumstances may mean it's sooner, it may mean it's later, but I think it's just to say it's not going to be every 5 minutes, it's going to be for chunks of time that he might just need to be accommodated.
Let's see how things go.
Thank you, Chair, I'm indebted.
Thank you. Let's adjourn. During the break, it was brought to our attention that there was an altercation inside the auditorium. It has also since been brought to our attention that this is now all over television. For the record, I think in the light of the broadcast, I should bring it to the public that we called all the legal representatives outside, and we were briefly advised as to what had taken place. But most importantly, Mr. Premhid tendered an unequivocal apology to the Commission Secretary, which the Commission Secretary accepted. I think we should leave it there. Thank you all. Mr. Shaskalson?
Thank you, Chair. If we're going to go on record, I should also...
Yes, yes, Mr. Bana.
Are we simply going on record because there's something that we want to deal with once we're all on record?
Oh, I forgot because there's now an additional counsel. I think there is a need for the formality for you, Mr. Bana, to place yourself on record.
Yes.
Yes.
I am Rafiq Bana, Chair, and I appear with my legal team who will be introduced previously, Mr. Camille Premid and Brandon Casey on behalf of the witness, instructed by Mr. Teo.
Thank you, thank you. Was there an issue you wish to raise?
Yes, I'm
Yes.
not sure what Mr. Chaskelson wanted to deal with. Perhaps he could just deal with what he needed
Or
to say.
just a minute. Commissioner Baloyi is saying she got the sense that Mr. Shaskalson wanted to say something
no,
about...
Chair, if things are going to be said publicly, I need to place on record that I behaved rudely to the legal team of Mr. Carrim before that altercation, and I apologize for that.
Thank you very much for the apology. Is it accepted?
Yes, we have no issue with accepting
Thank you.
it.
Thank you very much. And thanks, Commissioner Baloyi, for bringing that to my attention. Yes, Mr. Bana.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I just want to place on record two matters. The first deals with documents that we have been drip-fed since Friday and over the weekend. You will recall, and I was not involved, on the 6th of February, the postponement was caused by late documents that were handed to Mr. Karim's legal team by the Commission's evidence leaders. Following upon that, we received documents on Friday in terms of the directive, and I'll deal with why those documents should not have been produced earlier. In terms of...
Mr. Bana, may I just raise this? We've seen the correspondence, and may I just find out from Mr. Shaskalson if he will be referring to or relying on the documents that were served after the postponement, not the supplementary bundle that was to be served on the 6th. The other documents, will you be using those today? Because what I have in mind, so as to save time, because a lot of time has been lost already, what I have in mind is whether it's possible for you to only use that documentation tomorrow and not today.
Chair, if we're talking about the documents, there was one written page and an electronic spreadsheet, which is the underlying source material for a document already in the bundle. I don't intend to refer to either of those today. There was as well, so there were the Friday documents, and then there were 6 pages.
Yeah, I wanted to refer to the 6 pages because I saw reference to 6 pages.
The 6 pages I will refer to today.
Mr. Bana, what do you think would practically cure? But 6 pages, when were the 6 pages served?
On Saturday.
On Saturday.
May I say this? It's not just a question of the number of pages in one spreadsheet. That spreadsheet I haven't even looked at. We received notice of it this morning at 8 o'clock. We asked for hard copies. We understand they're being printed, but people that have viewed it electronically say it's dense information. But whether it's 1 page or 6, consultations are set up with the witness, consultations are held, and despite correspondence from my attorney saying, please don't drip feed us with documents, documents just keep appearing with no explanation as to why they were not given. In fact, even the Friday documents, it's clear the Commission was in possession of that ages ago. They could have been included when we were given the bundle on the 6th February. Instead, they were not. And attitude was taken, we'll see what's in your statement, and then we'll decide to give you the documents. That's a classic ambush. Giving us documents on the morning when we're traveling to court is a classic ambush. And it's no comfort to say we won't use those documents today, we'll deal with them tomorrow. We're all under constraints. Most of the legal team are fasting. It's Ramadan, the witness is fasting. We have a full day here. There's no time for after-hours consultation. And we've then got to deal on the hoof, so to speak, with documents that could have been provided. The Commission knew it was going to be using this. When I say the Commission, I obviously refer to the evidence leaders. And it's not acceptable where this rule of fairness is just ignored, and we're given documents. A letter was literally written at noon on Sunday saying we're being drip-fed documents. Please tell us there won't be any further documents in unequivocal terms. And despite being told there won't be further documents, we get those documents today. So it's a question of fairness, it's a question of why these documents are not produced, and it's a question of in our view, the evidence leaders trying to ambush Mr. Carrim by producing documents at a very late stage, which he hasn't had a full and proper opportunity to consult on. There's no reason we should be put through this in the holy month to have to expect to consult with a witness after hours when people are taken up by the breaking of the fast, by prayers and other such matters. The second issue is more concerning, though. Having looked at some of the documents given on Friday, it appears, and we'll wait to hear the questions, it appears that there's an attempt to introduce matter that is entirely irrelevant to the terms and the mandate of the Commission. So, for example, there are documents produced in an SIU investigation which don't concern Mr. Carrim in any way. Obviously, they're put up there. There's going to be an examination for the purpose of examination, and we are going to note that any attempt to ask questions which are not relevant or rationally connected to the purpose of the Commission and its mandate, in our view, transgresses the principles of legality and transgresses the principles of fairness. I put that out up front, Chair, because you're going to hear if there's an attempt to cross-examine on matters that are not rationally connected to that purpose, there are going to be constant objections from our side. And those objections are not because we in any way want to be obstructive, but Mr. Carrim's rights have to be protected. The terms of reference of the Commission have to be respected, and the principle of legality has to be upheld. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Shaskalson?
Chair, it is regrettable that some of these documents were furnished late, but it's important to put it in context. There was a ruling by this Commission that a statement had to be furnished last week, Friday. Mr. Carrim and his legal team unilaterally took it upon themselves to defy that ruling. They furnished their statement 5 days after this Commission ordered it to be furnished. If they had complied with the ruling, they would have received our statements, our additional documents having regard to what is said in their statement 5 days earlier. If they are complaining now that Friday was too late for them, well, then they should have thought about that before they decided to defy a ruling of this Commission and file their own statement 5 days late. They would have had an extra 5 days with the documents that they now complain were filed late, had they not unilaterally defied
What
the
do you say
ruling of
to
this
the
commission.
submission? What do you say to the submission that these are documents that the commission had all along and which it could have provided to Mr. Carrim much earlier anyway, instead of waiting until his statement had been filed?
Some of the documents, there are ongoing investigations by this commission. We don't have documents. Every day we discover new documents. We can't, if every time we come across a potentially relevant document, we hand it over and add it to the bundle, it would be an unmanageable situation. We also don't know what is going to be relevant and what is not going to be relevant until we have done the whole exercise. We were probably in a position to hand over all of these documents by Wednesday, but we still hadn't received a statement. Once we got a statement, some of the documents may have become irrelevant. There may have been other statements that became relevant. The whole purpose of this schedule was to ensure that we were given a statement, and then, if as a result of a statement we wanted to supplement the bundle, we would. And they defied that ruling, not us. We gave them our documents within 2 days of receiving their statement. And that was what the original ruling was.
And your submission on the documents that Mr. Bana says are irrelevant?
Oh no, they are very, most definitely relevant. The relevance will emerge in the course of the questioning. Mr. Bana, who comes late to this party, may not understand the relevance, but they are very relevant. And if he wants to object, we will deal with his objections as and when they come.
So there isn't even a possibility of anticipating the objections in the sense of, in broad terms perhaps, unless you are going to give away something, in broad terms perhaps indicating the relevance at this stage. I'm not pushing you to.
Chair, I would rather deal with an objection as and when it comes, because, and when I deal with the objections, I'm not going to identify my entire line of questioning, because that would defeat the entire line of questioning. But I will deal with any objection that comes. I don't think we're going to save time by attempting to preempt the objection now, because we will then get objections at a later stage when specific questions are asked, which the connection to whatever argument is put forward here may not be immediately apparent to Mr. Bana, who has joined this party late.
And lastly, on the point about a consultation not having taken place with regard to some of the documents?
There are literally 6 pages of documents that came after Friday that I intend to refer to today. Mr. Carrim and his team have had more than enough time to consider how to respond to those 6 pages. And those, and let me flag something in this regard. Both those 6 pages concern issues relating to Mr. Morgan Mamela. Mr. Carrim and his legal team know that issues relating to Morgan Mamela are directly are going to be traversed in this matter. They were listed both in the notice in terms of Regulation 10.6, requesting the statement, and in the summons. For reasons which I don't know, and which hopefully Mr. Carrim will explain, despite being instructed to issue a statement concerning the nature and extent of his relationship with Mr. Morgan Mamela, he declined to do so. He says nothing about Mr. Morgan Mamela. He clearly doesn't want to speak about Mr. Morgan Mamela. Those 6 pages raise important issues relating to Mr. Morgan Mamela. He's chosen not to engage with them. The attitude from the Commission side is he must, and he must answer whether he would prefer not to, whether or not he would prefer to stay silent in that regard.
Chair, firstly...
Oh, sorry. Let me repeat that my mic was off. I was saying I'm inclined to make a ruling subject to submissions you may wish to make in response, which would not be more than 5 minutes.
Yes. Chair, firstly, you've given several bits of incorrect information, which the evidence leader knows is incorrect. Firstly, Mr. Carrim did not defy the Commission in not producing the statement. The Commission is well aware of the circumstances. There was
We are
Yes.
past that, Mr. Bana,
Yes.
please. Yes, we are past that.
No, but I need to
Yes.
I need to deal with my learned friend can't go publicly with statements that are incorrect, and I don't have the opportunity to deal with that. So there was the in-camera hearing, and there was correspondence exchange that the statement was equally confidential, and because of that was not produced.
We are aware of that, and
Yes.
the attitude we took as a commission was that despite whatever correspondence may have taken place, nobody ever said to Mr. Carrim he should not file
Yes.
his statement. Please move on.
Absolutely.
Please
and,
move on.
And you made a second directive that that statement had to be filed, I think, by Wednesday. And as soon as you did that, the statement. And as soon as you did that, the statement was filed. So there was no defiance of the Commission, and that is incorrect. The further incorrect statement that Mr. Marmela is referred to in the 10-6 notice, if you look at the 10-6 notice, you will see, and I think this is the notice given on 5 December 2025. There have been several notices. This is the last notice that we have on record. 5 December 2025, there is no mention of Mr. Marmela there. People such as Mr. Brown, Mahotsi, etc. are referred to. No mention of Mr. Marmela. There is a reference to Mr. Marmela in the summons, but the summons requires that to be dealt with here and not in the statement. The 10-6 notice pertains to what should be in the statement, and there was nothing relating to Mr. Marmela. But all of that is also, by the way, the Commission knew and had these documents and knew it was going to rely on it. It shouldn't play a cat and mouse game to say, we'll wait and see what you say, and then we'll produce what we have. This is not an adversarial proceeding. It's not an attempt to try and ambush and catch witnesses out. We all know the purpose is fact-finding, and in the spirit of acting in a manner which is transparent and fair, those documents could all have been put up and should have been put up. The explanation that you're given that the relevance only appears from the statement is also incorrect, because our learned friends knew they were going to examine on this because it's in the summons, and it is incorrect to say they had to wait for the statement. Chair, I have raised a general objection as to documents being put into the bundle in an examination. That remains as a general objection, and we will raise specific objections to specific questions. But we do place on record that this is not what the Commission's mandate is, to deal with matters that concern the SIU, tenders that are not even related to the police services. And whilst Mr. Carrim will no doubt be able to deal with whatever is put to him, that is not the point. The point is that this Commission should stay within its mandate, and the evidence leaders should stay within their mandate. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Bana.
Sorry, Chair, I do need
What
to...
I did not get to hear, sorry, Mr. Chair. What I did not get to hear was what Mr. Carrim's bottom line is for
Yes.
today.
Chair, that the spreadsheet itself might be one page, but that page is a collation of a number of source documents, and we will have to see how far we get today, and if we need more time, which is not the type of scenario that we adjourn at 4, and we expect it to be here at 9:30 to deal with this, we'll ask you to stand down further,
Stand down at what point?
depending how far we get
Oh,
today.
how far we get.
So
All
let's
right,
assume
all right.
that the questions today go till midday. We might be able to consult on the spreadsheet. And also there may be some consequential applications coming from that. There's an issue of confidentiality which I need to consider as well. And I want to give you the heads up for that.
Yes. You wanted to, thank you, Mr. Bana.
Thank
you
you,
wanted
Chair.
to respond, Mr. Shoskowski?
Chair, there was a notice in terms of Rule 10.6 issued on the 24th of October that specifically referred to Mr. Marmela.
Let me direct that we should commence. Anything else we will deal with as and when it arises. May we commence?
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Carrim, the way we structure these processes...
The witness has not been, has not taken the oath. Mr. Carrim, will you swear or affirm? You swear.
I swear.
Okay. Do you swear that the evidence you're going to give is the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth? If so, raise your right hand and say, "So help me God."
So help me God.
Thank you. I see you leaning forward. Are the mics not?
Let me just get
bring them
yeah.
closer so that you don't have to keep moving forward and backwards.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Mr. Carrim, just to explain the process, the first part of this process will just involve me leading you through your statement without any intrusive questioning. So in the first stage of the process, you don't need to be suspicious of me. There will come a point at which you do need to be suspicious of me. We will give you warning when that point is reached. But so that you know where we're going and how it is going to run, just know that until we reach the end of your statement, I'm not going to ask you any questions that are of any intrusive nature or designed to trap you in any way. The purpose of the first part of the questioning is merely to enable you to have the opportunity to put your version on record without being interrupted or disturbed. So there are really two ways in which you can do it. If you would like simply to read your statement into the record, we could do that. We could do it that way. If you would like me to ask you a couple of questions to facilitate that process, we can do it. We can do it that way. You must choose.
I think, Council, you can proceed.
Okay. Yeah. So to begin with, let me just clarify that you have what you need to have in front of you. You should have 3 files, a small file with your statement in it.
Yeah.
We'll call that the statement file. And then 2 larger files which have exhibits in them.
Yes, I've got them.
Great. If we can start with the statement file, and maybe start at the end of the statement, just confirm, first of all, that on page 11, the signature is yours.
Yes.
And can you confirm that the contents of the statement are true and correct?
Yes, they're true and correct.
Then if we can take the Commission through the statement, going back to page 1, in pages 1 to 3, you set out certain concerns that you have and reservations of rights. The statements, the paragraphs speak for themselves. Is there anything you would want to add or emphasize in that regard?
No, Chair. No, Council, sorry.
Then if we move to paragraph 4, onwards, you describe your relationship with Medicare 24 Tshwane District and Mr. Matlala. Maybe if I can ask you to deal first with, essentially to read paragraphs 4 to 7, which deal with your relationship with Mr. Matlala, before we get to the contract with Medicare 24.
Thank you, Council. So in this section, I deal with the nature of the relationship. I deal with the nature of the relationship with Medicare Tshwane. This will provide the Commission with inside detail and into the topics identified in Rule 10.6. As I have said, as I have stated elsewhere, I provided funding to Medicare 24 to the amount of 10 million rand. At some stage, to the best of my recollection, during June 2024, I received a call from Mr.
Sorry, Mr. Carrim, it sounds like you are too close to the mic here.
Okay. I'm just worried that you won't hear me from here. Is it fine from there?
it usually gets indicated to us if there are problems with the sound. Just go, yes.
Am I audible? Am I audible now?
Yes.
Can I suggest the problem may be that there are two microphones on? Maybe switch one of them on.
We've always used them.
Oh.
Yes. No, switch it on.
Can we switch it on?
Yeah.
Okay.
No problem. Yes, Mr. Carrim.
At some stage, to the best of my recollection, during June 2024, I received a telephone call from Mr. Matlala requesting a meeting with me. I know Vusi in the private, I know Vusi as we both operate in the private security sector. I'm a director and shareholder of Fusion Tactical Team, which is my security company. Prior to this, to the best of my recollection, I had no engagement, relationships, or dealing with Vusi beyond knowing in a general sense who he is.
And then from paragraphs 8 and 9, you describe Mr. Matlala's approach to you in relation to his tender with SAPS and wanting finance or funding from you. Can you read 8 and 9, and if there's anything you want to amplify, please do.
So at the meeting, Vusi, he had obviously told me he's the director of Med24 and that he had won this contract to provide medical services to SAPS. He then needed or required funds to perform under the tender as he had overcapitalized on the establishment of his tender and therefore encountered cash flow problems. He insisted that he was geared up for rendering the services in respect of the tender. He invited me to see his business premises in Pretoria. I visited the business premises and I confirmed it was state-of-the-art. I was impressed from what I had seen, and I could appreciate that Mr. Matlala could spend a considerable amount of monies in the capitalization of this tender. At the same time, when I visited the site, I then met also a Michael van Wyk, who was introduced to me as the CEO of Medcare24. Michael advised that he owned the Medcare24 franchise and that Mr. Matlala was a franchisee. Michael had, during our discussions, confirmed that he'd be assisting Vusi in operating and executing this tender. At the same time, I needed to verify this. I then reached out to a friend of mine, Mr. Opa Brown Khotsi, who is from Afrikeng as well, and who's someone that's known, who's connected. I then asked him to please verify and check if really this tender exists, and can he come back to me? Mr. Mokhotsi then agreed to check for me. He reverted and said, yes, it is a valid contract. Vusi and I agreed that if I advanced the 10 million, I would be paid an additional amount of 10 million over a 3-year contract period. The repayment would be made at an equivalent of 10% of all payments received until the amount of 20 million was going to be paid. In terms of our agreement, we then set out the payment structure, which is attached. After July 2024, I would call Vusi from time to time and ask him whether he had received a signed SLA from SAPS and when can I expect a copy of this agreement between Medcare and SAPS, as we all had an agreement confirming our agreement. Because we had an agreement which was not signed, we agreed that we'll sign the agreement once the SLA was signed by SAPS. He experienced some delays in obtaining the SLA from SAPS, but there was no cause for concern as Med24 had already commenced in rendering services to them. This seemed quite plausible to me, as in my experience, formal contracts often lag behind and before implementing the contract. I asked him if he had issued any invoices and when could I start expecting payments. He then stated to me that he stated to me he would commence payments upon receipt of sufficient funds from SAPS, including the payments due to me. Towards the end of 2024, we had still not got any payments in from what Vusi told me, and I began pressing Vusi to provide me with invoices and payments details from SAPS. At this stage, I was becoming despondent due to the non-payment from Vusi. I again then reached out to Mr. Brown Mkhotsi. I then asked Brown to please check if Vusi is really receiving work and if the contract was going to be paid. Brown confirmed that he is delivering and we will be paid. During about December 2024, after being pressed to start making payments, Vusi advised that I would commence receiving payments shortly. This was a relief to me. Shortly thereafter, in January 2025, Vusi contacted me and requested further money to service the tender. I advised Vusi that I could not provide further funding at this stage because I was not receiving any payments towards the funds advanced, and that Ziggy needed cash for other projects and ventures. I was also concerned that the 10 million rand had already been advanced and I have not received a single payment. I would then, to verify this, contact Brown, for example, inquire whether payments were being made under the tender. Brown would always revert back to me based on what he allegedly knew, and also I had no way of how Brown was verifying this. I need to place that on record. During these exchanges, Brown confirmed that the tender was still in operation and that payments were in progress. In February 2025, payments started trickling in. By mid-March 2025, I received net payment of 1.75 million, which was paid into Tamiz Investments business account. Before any other payments could be received unexpectedly in March, Vusi sent me a message regarding the cancellation of Medcare 24's contract. I informed Brown of what Vusi informed me and requested him to find out what was happening. Brown then agreed to inquire. Brown then later sent me a message stating that he had spoken to the minister. Brown advised me that in order to keep Vusi, I should inform Vusi that I have a good and direct relationship with the minister and his office. I advised Brown that this was a joke because I had no relationship with either the minister or his office. Brown's reasoning was that I should make Vusi believe that I have a relationship with the minister's office and that he would communicate directly with the minister's offices if, when, and required. Brown was clear that this was required and calculated to make Vusi believe that my involvement and my assistance with the minister and his office would be crucial, and therefore Vusi would therefore need me to pay me my money, or would need to pay me my money. In truth, I did not have any relationship with the minister. I then advised Brown this did not make sense to me without disclosing his close relationship with Vusi, which I only picked up after the commission, that Brown and Vusi were communicating, and I did not know about that. And then Brown advised that I should trust him, that I would be paid these monies owed to me if I followed and did what he suggested. I was extremely concerned since the cancellation of the contract with Vusi meant that Ziggy stood to lose the money it advanced. I needed a lever with Vusi to try to get paid and agreed to follow Brown's advice. Whenever issues arose around Vusi requiring information or clarity, I would send the same to Brown or call him. And when he responded, I would send the same to Vusi. I confirmed Brown was extremely confident about his strategy. As I was desperate, I agreed to go along with Brown's proposal. All messages referred to in the interactions with the minister, his officers, were sent to me by Brown, who advised that I send them to Vusi. I had no influence with the minister or any influence over him. There's a concern, the same message that I sent to Vusi in May 2025 in terms of Brown's instructions was, now I have learned, was sent to Vusi by Brown on the 4th of March. So the same message that Brown sent to Vusi on the 4th of March, Brown then sends me that message on the 6th of May, 2 months later, to send to Vusi, which I did, but I only realized this after the commission. So it was clear that both of them were playing me. And I could not understand why Brown would advise me to resend it to Vusi. Thereafter, Vusi started to avoid me. At this stage, the Medicare 24 was being reported to the media to have been terminated by the National Commissioner of the South African Police Service. Vusi sent me messages regarding the cancellation of the tender, which made no sense to me for the following reasons. The SEPS contract was reported to have been terminated on the 12th of April. The termination letter of the SEPS contract was sent on the 12th of May. The minister had no influence or authority in the termination as the National Commissioner terminated it. Every undertaking and promise by Brown to meet with the minister or his office did not transpire. Again, with hindsight, I believe Brown was lying about the influence he had. I myself have no direct relationship to the minister. Instead, I was asked by Brown to continue sending messages to Vusi assuring him of a meeting with the minister, which I did, but nothing came of it. Vusi advised that his attorneys were handling the termination and that the amounts owed for work would be paid to Medicare 24. Despite this, no money was paid to me. Much later, I realized that Brown was misrepresenting his influence with the minister. I was quite upset about this because I know Brown for the last 15, 18 years from African. And I've always been assisting him and his foundations. In hindsight, it is clear Brown was playing me. I also suspect that he was not acting alone and that Vusi did so too. When one considers the messages, it is clear that I was caught in the middle of them. Vusi knew very well that I had no contacts, and Brown knew that I turned to him because I became reliant on his advices. Vusi ceased responding to me around May 2025. I can confirm that I, Ziggy, am approximately out of pocket of 8.25 million rand. This excludes the profit of the monies advanced to Medicare 24. Should I continue, Council?
Certainly. I'll ask clarificatory questions at the end.
Okay.
So I think continue through your statement.
I have to now turn to deal with remaining topics set out in the notice. The nature of the relationship with Minister Senzo Mkhunu. I have no relationship with the minister, whether professional or personal. The nature of relationship with General Feroz Khan. I have no relationship with General Feroz Khan. I know him as we sometimes pray at the same mosque in Houghton when I'm in the Joburg area. The nature and extent of the relationship with Oratile Specialist. This is Brown's wife's company. I normally assist his wife and him through Oratile Specialist. So Brown's wife has a company. She does cleaning. She does gardening services. She sometimes does my gardening services. She does some cleaning for me. She looks after my plant equipment. She cleans the plant equipment. And this has been happening way before this. I've always been assisting Brown and his wife. Regarding the litigation to review and set aside in a tender in the Northwest, they approached me, a few business forums in the Northwest approached Mr. Brown Mkhotsi and his foundation. I think there was a catering tender at the Department of Northwest, and I must put it on record, I'm not a caterer. They approached me and they requested funding to challenge this tender in court. Now, I'm from the Northwest. I was born in Mafeking, so I'm very close to the people of Northwest. And on many occasions, we have always been marginalized. We've got the highest unemployment rate. We always losing out to jobs like these to people from other provinces. And I don't have an issue with that, but when people from the Northwest are disadvantaged, I take it to my heart. I then agreed to assist Brown with the foundation through these business forums to challenge this in court. And I provided them with some funding, which they then said they will pay back to me. I have often and at no cost helped many individuals and businesses in the Northwest. The nature and extent of my relationship with General Shedrick Sibia, I have no relationship with this individual. In conclusion, I would like to make the following remarks. I have been branded as an enabler due to my relationship with the minister. There is no factual basis to make such a statement. I confirm that I have never had a personal or professional relationship with the minister. I have never spoken to the minister. In fact, when one considers the fact the current Minister of Police only assumed office on the 3rd of July 2024, and the SEP contract was awarded before the tenure of the erstwhile Minister of Police, Oratile. It is clear that it is impossible and as a fact untrue that I could have any pervasive influence over two different ministers of police. In addition, the SEP's contract was cancelled, leaving me out of pocket of approximately 8.25 million. If I were the enabler with a sustainable investment and an interest in the success, the contract would have not been cancelled. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Carrim. I'm going to start by asking a few clarificatory questions, but we now reach the end of the sort of friendly side of this engagement. So even though these questions are clarificatory, know that you need to be on your guard going forward. If I understand your statement, you never had a written contract with Medicare 24 Tshwane. At no stage did you ever conclude a written contract with them.
No.
Is that correct?
That's correct.
And what wasn't clear to me was whether you ever saw a written contract between SAPS and Medicare 24. You say at a certain point you hadn't. Was it ever shown to you?
Yes, it was. I have a copy of the SLA. I was given a copy of the SLA.
And when was the SLA given to you?
Late in October sometime, 2024.
Then, if I understand your evidence again, the contract with Medicare 24 was going to be with Ziggy. Ziggy was the vehicle that...
That's correct.
And Ziggy's your company.
Correct.
Then you speak on page 5 of your statement, paragraph 23, of a net repayment of 1.75 million. You say in February 2025, payments started trickling in. By mid-March, I received only a net repayment of 1.75 million, which was paid into Tamiz.
Yes, that's correct, Council.
Now, how was that 1.7? I mean, we have seen two separate payments. A payment on the 4th of February from Medicare of 1.5 million to Tamiz, and a payment on the 17th of March to Tamiz of 1 million by Medicare, which is 2.5 million. My understanding of your evidence, and again, call me out if I'm wrong, is that you get to your net 175 this way. So there's 1.5 that's paid on 4 February. On the same day, from that 1.5, 500,000 is paid to an entity called Lutaga Trading Enterprises.
Correct.
So that's a net 1 million. And from the 1 million that was paid on the 17th of March, 250,000 was paid to Lutaga on the 22nd of March.
That's correct.
And okay, so that is the net 1.75 is derived that way. Then, at various points in your statement, you refer to messages that were exchanged between yourself and Mr. Mogotsi. Were these text messages, WhatsApp messages, signal messages? How do you communicate with Mr. Mogotsi?
At that time, there was some text, but WhatsApps as well.
Now, you don't attach any of these messages. Are you able to produce them for us?
Council, I'll have to go back into my iCloud and see if they still exist there.
Your iCloud or or your WhatsApp archive?
I remember I changed phones. So when you change phones, you sometimes don't have those messages still there.
And when did you change phones?
Changed phones a couple of times, Council.
But dates is what I'm interested in.
Okay,
approximate dates.
well, as soon as new iPhones come out, we're always upgrading. So I think I've changed phones twice since 2024.
But again, dates I'm interested in. When did you,
I can't recall the dates, Council.
approximately how long have you had your current iPhone?
Current one is just a few months now.
And on your current iPhone, do you not import your old WhatsApp messages for an archive?
No.
But you would cooperate with the Commission in going onto your iCloud to try to retrieve your old WhatsApp communications with Mr. Mogotsi?
I'd have to consult my legal team on that, Council, and come back to you.
Well, maybe you can consult over one of the adjournments and come back to us on that score. I've noted your statement about not having a relationship with General Khan. If you go to page 7 of the evidence bundle,
Yes.
you'll see that on the 4th of March, Mr. Matlala sent you a report about General Khan being found not guilty in his disciplinary inquiry. Had you discussed General Khan at all with Mr. Matlala?
No, not at all. I have no idea why he sent me this message. He sent me a few News 24 articles, but I didn't even respond to this message when he sent it to me.
No. Thank you. Then, if we go to your statement on page 6, concerning your relationship with the minister and how you misled Mr. Matlala in this regard. You say in paragraph 26, Brown advised me that in order to obtain my monies from Vusi, I should inform Vusi I have a good direct relationship with the minister and or his office. I advised Brown this was a joke. I had no relationship with either the minister or his office. And then Brown explained his reasoning. It was that you should make Vusi believe I have a relationship, that you had a relationship with the office, and you could, and he, Brown, would communicate directly with the minister if and when required. And he seemed to think that if Mr. Matlala believed that you had a relationship with the minister, he'd then want to preserve his relationship with you and would therefore pay you when he could. Is that the broad understanding?
That's the understanding, yes.
Now, I'm trying to understand when all of this happened. So if we go back to paragraph 23 on page 5, we see you say in February 25 payments started trickling in. By mid-March, I had received only a net payment of 175 million. And then before further payments could be received, and unexpectedly, in March 2025, Vusi sent a message regarding cancellation. So this exchange, this strategy of pretending to have influence with the minister would have happened after the net payments had come in and after Vusi sent you a message about cancellation.
These messages started just after January, around February.
Sorry, I just didn't hear that. I apologize.
When payments started trickling in 2025, towards the end of Feb, the messages, that's when Brown's strategy went into place with the minister.
Let's just go through it. Well, hang on a minute. If we go to 24 and 25, you say, before further payments could be received and unexpectedly in March, Vusi sent me a message regarding cancellation. So Vusi sends you a message about cancellation.
Yes, and at the same time, I think Brown also sent me a message about cancellation. So this was Brown knew about the cancellation as well. So he also sent me a message regarding the cancellation.
Well, that's not what you say in 25. You say you informed Brown
Yes, I say that.
of what Vusi had informed you.
Yes, but Brown already knew.
Okay, so Brown already knew, but your approach to Brown comes after Vusi tells you about the cancellation.
Yes.
Now, how did you inform Brown? Did you call him? Did you message him?
I called him.
You called him. And he said he would inquire.
Yes.
And then he sent you a message stating that he had spoken to the minister.
Yes.
When is all of this happening? You get a message from Vusi.
This is all happening from from the beginning of March, end of Feb, going into March.
I'm interested in how long this process takes.
It was March, April, up to May, actually.
No. I understand that the process continues, that the process of pretending to have a relationship with the minister continues until May. But I'm interested in this exchange with Brown that persuades you to adopt the strategy of misleading Mr. Matlala about an alleged relationship with the minister. You have a message from Mr. Matlala relating to cancellation. You then inform Brown. When do you inform Brown of this message?
Immediately.
Immediately. And what do you mean immediately? Like the next minute, the next day?
No, on the same day.
Same day.
Same day.
Brown says he's going to inquire. Okay, and then he sends you a message. How long does it take Brown to get back to you? Does he come back to you on the same day, the next day, the next week?
I think about 2 days, 3 days. It wasn't the same day.
Okay. And then what does he say when he comes back to you? Because he says he's spoken to the minister.
Yeah, he just said to me, spoken to the minister, and he said he'll come back to me on details. But what he advised me, he said that in order to obtain my money from Vusi and get more payments, I should continue talking to Vusi, keeping him close to me.
No, I understand the gist of it, but you will... He messages you saying he's spoken to the minister. Presumably you wanted to know what the minister had told him.
I
What
called
did he
him
say?
back. He said to me he will inform me in due course of what the minister said. He'll come back to me.
And did he ever come back to you and tell you what the
I
minister
kept
said?
on asking him, what did the minister say? Knowing Mr. Mukhotsi, he kept on saying, no, don't worry, it's going to work, just be patient. I've spoken to the minister, just relax. He never gave me any explanations.
But then he says to you, after he's told you that he's spoken to the minister, and after you've asked him what the minister said, and he's ducked and dived a bit, he says, you need to pretend to Mr. Matlala that you have a good relationship with the minister.
Yes.
And you think this is a joke, because you have no relationship with the minister.
Yes, it was a joke at the time when I told him this.
And again, where was this exchange taking place? Was it on the phone? Was it in messages? Was it in person?
It was in person.
Now, and where was it? Presumably in Mafikeng?
In my king, yes.
At your house, at your office, at his house?
We met at the office.
Now, he says to you, I mean, he comes up with this suggestion that you believe to be a bit of a joke. But he seems ultimately to persuade you of the wisdom of his plan that you initially thought was a joke.
Yes, I believed that Brown had the influence at that time. On many occasions in the Northwest, especially in the structures of the ANC, Brown would lead the campaigns. He led one of the campaigns in 2017. It was a CR campaign. Brown led it. Again in 2022, he was leading that campaign. So based on how I know him, I believed he had these contacts, and I was convinced that he had those contacts at that time.
So I understand that you believed that he had contacts with the minister, but you'd asked him to give some indication of what the minister had told him, and he had ducked and dived.
Yeah, he just kept on saying, just relax, it's under control, it's under control. Those were his words to me every time I asked him.
Mr. Carrim, you should please wait until...
Sorry.
Yes, because when you speak at the same time, there will be transcription problems.
Sorry.
Thank you.
But were you not interested in some detail?
Of course I was, counsel. I was very interested. But what made me believe him is because when we were looking for payments and when we were inquiring about payments, Brown would always have the information about when payment would be made. So I believed when he said things are under control, I just need to be patient and I will get my money.
And when did you inquire with Brown about payments? When had he proven his worth on payments?
I think we'll have to go to the messages with Vusi. At the same time when I was communicating with Vusi, at the same time I was communicating with Mr. Mohotsi.
We'll get there in due course. But essentially when you're communicating when you report material to Vusi about payments, are you reporting what Brown has told you about payments?
Yes, I was. But funny enough, counsel, I need to bring this to your attention. At the same time I asked Brown about payments, Brown would say payments are coming. Mr. Matlala or Ket would ask me about payments, but he would send me screenshots from the police system. Mr. Matlala himself would then send me screenshots from the police system about the payments. So this was strange for me because why would he be asking me? And at that point, I thought maybe he's trying to test me and see do I really have those contacts or not. So the minute I ask him or I report back to him and say, okay, Brown would say payments are coming. I then message Vusi and say payments are coming. Vusi would then send me a screenshot of payments.
So you would tell him payments are coming and then he would respond by sending you a screenshot.
That's correct.
But why would that then be testing you?
I don't know why else he would have done it, because it happens, he asks, I inquire, I come back, I say to him, payments are coming. After a day, I'm not sure, we need to check in the messages, a day or after a couple of hours, he then sends me a screenshot from the police system of the payments.
I see. And you...
Can I just ask Mr. Chaskasen, sorry, just so that I understand, you say Mr. Matlala asked you about payments when they would come?
Yeah, he would ask me, when are we getting paid? How are we getting paid?
Yes.
Because he believes I have influence.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Why would Mr. Matlala think that you would know when you're being paid, when his contract was being paid?
Remember, counsel, I gave him the impression that I'm close to the minister in the office and that I have some context inside. So he then thought or believed I would have access to payments. But my real reliance was on Mr. Mokgotsi.
But on your version in the statement, you only gave that impression after Mr. Mokgotsi had persuaded you that the only way you were going to get paid after cancellation was by creating that false impression.
No, this had started in Feb, before we got paid. This had started, I was saying February.
Sorry, again, I must apologize. I didn't hear, there was some distortion. You said it started in Feb.
The messages started in Feb,
Which messages?
between me and Mr. Matlala on payments.
But in Feb, you received your first payment.
Yes. So we were talking about these payments and he believed I had influence.
Mr. Carrim, I think I will go back on my earlier advice that you pull the mics closer. Yeah, we get a distortion when we are too close. Can you please avoid being too close to the mic?
Okay, let me push it back.
Yes.
Let me just go to my statement, Council. In 10, I say I reached out to Brown Mokgotsi.
Yes.
So at that time already, myself and Vusi did have a conversation. And I did say to Vusi that I've checked myself on your tender. I've done my own due diligence. He asked me how. Brown advised me to tell him that I've checked on the SAP system and that it's verified. So from then, Mr. Matlala believed that I had influence.
But sorry, this is at the stage of due diligence. This is at a stage where you are trying to decide for yourself whether you want to risk 10 million of your money with this contract. And so when you go to Mr. Mokgotsi at that stage, you're going to satisfy yourself, not to satisfy Mr. Matlala.
Correct.
And Mr. Mokgotsi says to you, rightly, truly or untruly, yes, this contract's on the system. Why would he, at that stage, advise you to start misrepresenting the nature of your relationship with SAPS?
No, he didn't advise. He said to me, as we move, because Mr. Matlala knew that I was checking. Mr. Matlala was obviously inquisitive. He wanted to know how. And I just said to him, no, I have people. Because Mr. Matlala wanted to know how did I verify this contract? And I said to him, no, I have people. I have people who are connected and they confirmed. So at that point already, Mr. Matlala was aware that I have some people that I can refer to, which was obviously Mr. Mokgotsi.
So it's back in June 2024 that Mr. Matlala starts thinking that you are connected with SAPS. But that, of course, is after he approaches you for the 10 million.
Yeah.
So he doesn't approach you for the 10 million on the basis of your connections with SAPS. He approaches you for the 10 million because he needs 10 million.
Yes.
Let's go back to the sequence. Payments come in February and March. Mr. Matlala then messages you about potential cancellation. You speak to Brown. Brown says he's going to contact, he messages you to say he'll speak to the minister. Comes back to you, says, look, no, I've spoken to the minister, everything's going to be all right, essentially. You ask him, sorry, I can see you nodding, but we're going to have a transcript at the end of this. So I need you to sort of say yes instead of not. Yeah.
Yes.
You ask him what the minister said. He says, everything will be all right. Essentially, you don't need to know now, just trust me.
That's what he said.
He then, at a later stage, a couple of days later, comes to meet you at your offices, if you remember correctly, and tries to persuade you about this scheme of telling Mr. Matlala that you have close connections with the minister, and persuading you that if Mr. Matlala thinks that you have close connections with the minister, that's the way you will get paid, because he will pay you to keep you sweet because of your relationship with the minister.
That's correct. That was his strategy.
You say to him, this is a joke, I don't have a relationship with the minister.
Yes, I did.
So at that stage, you thought you can't say to Mr. Matlala, I've got a relationship with the minister, because you didn't have a relationship with the minister.
Yeah, but I had to do it because I was...
No, I'm getting the chronology. At that stage, you had no intention of
Yes.
telling Mr. Matlala you had a relationship with the minister, because you didn't. Is that a yes?
Can you repeat that, Council?
At that stage, when Mr. Mogotsi first puts his proposition to you, you think it's a joke? Okay, yes.
Yes.
And at that stage, until he persuades you later, you have no intention of telling Mr. Mogotsi you have a close relationship with the minister, because you don't have a close relationship with the
You mean
minister.
with Mr. Matlala?
Telling Mr. Matlala.
Sorry, Mr. Matlala, not Mr. Mogotsi.
No, I did tell him that I have a close relationship.
When did you tell him you have a close relationship with the minister?
Just after Brown informed me to go along with the strategy.
Yes, but before Brown convinced you, you didn't want to do that.
Yes, but I did it. Like I said, I was desperate and I needed to do it.
Now, I understand that Brown ultimately convinces you that you must go with his plan.
Yes.
But when he first raises the plan, you have no intention of going along with it. You're later convinced.
Correct.
Were you convinced at that meeting, or were there subsequent meetings?
No, he convinced me at that meeting.
So you deliberately misrepresented the nature of your relationship with the minister to Mr. Matlala in the hope that this would persuade him to pay you ahead of other potential creditors.
Correct.
And apart from misrepresenting to Mr. Matlala your relationship with the minister, did you ever suggest to him that you had connections in SAPS itself, as opposed to the ministry, and that those connections could help him?
He believed that I had connections in the SAPS. He believed that.
But you say you didn't have connections.
I had no connections.
And your only insight into SAP's internal operations was what Mr. Mogotsi relayed to you.
Yes.
Was it you that convinced him that you had connections within SAPS? Was it you that convinced him?
Convinced who? Mr. Matlala?
Mr. Matlala, yes.
He believed.
I get it,
Yes.
get it. You've said so.
Yes, because
Was
when he
it-
asked about payments, I would revert and give him
Did he-
information on
did he-
payments from
did he
Brown.
come-
Yes, he
did he
believed that I had.
Did he come to believe because of what you had said to him, or not really?
To me, it seemed as if he believed.
Yes, you've said that 3 times now. I want to know whether that belief was as a result of what you had said to him.
That's correct, Commissioner.
What had you said to him?
I said to him that I have, like I said previously, I have someone who's connected and they'll be able to check for us in the system. And I relied on...
Somebody within SAPS.
Yeah, but I relied obviously on Mr. Mogotsi.
All right. Thank you.
Can I just understand that answer? Is your answer that you told him that you have connections within SAPS? Because that
No.
was a direct question from Mr. Chaskalson, and I'm confused about your answer.
I said I have someone who's connected in SAPS,
You have someone in SAPS itself?
someone who's connected to SAPS.
Okay.
Okay, again, still clarificatory, but a different area. If you go to page 7,
7 of?
of the statement. You say, you're talking essentially about the collapse of your relationship with Mr. Matlala at this point in your statement. And you say, paragraph 30 starts, confirmed Brown was extremely confident about the strategy. I was desperate. I agreed to go along with Brown's proposal. All messages referred to in the interactions with the minister stroke his officers were sent to me by Brown, who advised I send them to Vusi. So anything that you said purporting to relate to the minister came from Brown.
Yes,
But you pretended that it was your direct information.
yes.
You had no influence with the minister nor any influence over him. Then you say the same message I sent to Vusi in May 2025, in terms of Brown's instruction, was, I've now learnt, sent by Vusi to Brown on 4 March 2025. Your statement's correct in this regard. I don't think anything significant turns on it, but when you read the statement, you actually read that as was sent by Brown to Vusi, not by Vusi to Brown. What you've got in the statement is correct.
Okay.
This confirms that Brown and Vusi have already exchanged this message, and I cannot understand why Brian would advise me to resend it to Vusi. Thereafter, Vusi started avoiding me. So you say after that May message, where you pretended to have had an interaction with the minister that mirrored something that Mr. Matlala had sent to Mr. Mokgotsi, he started avoiding you.
Yes.
How did you experience this avoidance?
I stopped responding to texts, or he stopped taking my calls. He just became evasive.
Sorry, he just became evasive.
Evasive, yeah.
Let us take the adjournment at this stage and resume at 11:45. Let's adjourn. Bana. We must apologize. May we request you to take a seat there. There's a very brief matter that Ms. Sillo will deal with, very, very briefly.
Chair, what do you require us to do?
No. It's just an apology to you that there's going to be an interposition of something else.
Not at all. Thank
But
you, Chair.
very briefly.
Thank you for the
Thank you,
courtesy.
thank you. Mr. Carrim, if you could maybe take a seat there, that first row, yes. Thank you very much. Sorry for the interruption. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair, and thank you. And thank you to Mr. Bana and team and Mr. Carrim, and apologies for the upset. Chair, we have another witness who is under subpoena starting from today. We have an application that that witness would like to move in respect of his appearance, and we wanted to ask for an indulgence to deal with this matter in probably the first 5 minutes after your tea break, if that is permissible.
Is the witness here?
The witness is here, and so is his attorney. If I think they're outside, I'll ask them.
Please,
Thank
if you could, the attorneys, are you able to assist, please?
Chair, perhaps while we wait, I trust that the commissioners are in receipt of a very tiny file that was submitted this morning. This is in respect of Commissioner Mkwanazi of EMPD. So if you could have that file before you.
You will take me through it, or I'll be assisted?
To the extent that
by
it is ever necessary,
By
Chair.
Commissioner Kumalo, yes.
Yes.
I don't see mine anywhere close by.
To the extent necessary, we shall, but it will not be necessary to go through everything that is in the
Thank you, thank you.
documents. Thank you.
Just 1 second, have a seat.
Chair,
Good morning, Commissioner Kumalo. I'm very sorry. Commissioner Mkwanazi.
Morning, Commissioners, morning, Chair.
Good morning. Good morning. Can you please place yourself on record?
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Nkosana Kumalo. I'm the attorney for Mr. Mkonazi. I'm on record.
Thank you. Which firm of attorneys?
I'm from Kumalo, Nkosana Attorneys from Johannesburg.
All right.
Yes,
We have quite a supply of Kumalos. We even have witnesses as well. Thank you. Yes,
thank
yes,
you,
Ms.
Chair.
Sillo.
And as the Chair has dealt with that aspect, this is Mr. Kumalo Nkosana. He has officially placed himself on record with the Commissioner's attorneys by addressing correspondence to them. Mr. Nkosana appears for the first time today, and I only had a benefit of seeing him today.
Mr. Kumalo,
Yes.
yes.
Mr. Kumalo.
Yes, yes, yes.
Sorry,
You said Nkosana, Mr. Nkosana.
apologies for that. Chair, if you just quickly have regard to the little file we handed over. In particular, I just want to refer you to item 7 of that file. Those are the summons that were issued to Mr. Mkwanazi and dated the 3rd of March 2026, calling upon him to present himself before the Commission for the dates the 9th to the 13th of March. Mr. Mkwanazi is here. Originally, Chair, the request, my plan had been to request the stand down of his further testimony to the 12th of March this year. because we currently have Mr. Carrim, and I think we're having one more witness. However, following my engagement with Mr. Khumalo this morning, it would appear that there is a specific application that Mr. Khumalo would like to move for technically a postponement. He doesn't have any papers, and I think he intends to speak off the cuff and address the commissioners. And with your leave, if I may then hand over to Mr. Khumalo.
Postponement of the hearing today, or what postponement?
The chair will recall I had said he's under subpoena from the 9th. I was going to request a stand down to the 12th, which is the Thursday. But Mr. Khumalo would like a longer extension, which is beyond the period set out in the summons. And I indicated to him that, well, for that purpose, he would have to make an application to yourselves, and he's here to address you on that.
Mr. Khumalo.
Thank you, Chair and Commissioners. Yes, indeed so, Chair. I only met the witness yesterday evening, and I had to quickly consult with him. And during consultation, I won't dwell much as to what is it that we discussed. I'll just come to the crux of the issues that were raised during consultation, which is the fact that there are documents that he has to furnish me in order to prepare for his next testimony. And at this point in time, Chair, I literally have nothing, no paper, nothing from him that comes from the commission. In the interest of helping the commission to efficiently, come to the right conclusion regarding his testimony, I believe we need preparation, and I've already spoken to counsel, the evidence leader, to say 23rd of March will be our firm commitment. By that date we will be prepared. Over and above that is over and above preparations with regard to the papers and documents that I have to go through to prepare for his second testimony. There's also the issue of medical certificates that I've discussed with the evidence leader here to say already he has been to an eye operation on the 3rd of March, and he has to go for a second operation, which is scheduled for tomorrow, the 10th of March. And after that operation, he has to have a day or two of recovery. And in between, I plead with the commission to say, I will use his time of recovery and time of preparation for his second testimony. And by the 23rd of March, I believe I'll be ready, or will be ready to come to the commission for him to give evidence, the 23rd of March. Yeah, so far.
Thank you, Mr. Khumalo. Do you have any objection, Mr.
Chair, I don't have an objection as such. It's
Yes,
just that
yes.
the offer of the 23rd of March was made based on what was considered to be a 2-week period for both the recovery and preparation.
Yes.
It does have a significant impact on our programming, but those, I guess, are internal challenges. But as to the cogency of the application, I don't think I have much of a basis to object on.
So we leave with the suggested dates.
We can live with the suggested date. The chief evidence leader probably is going to kill me for this.
He's here and listening, and probably he's already applying his mind to working on his schedule.
Indeed, Chair.
I see he wants to speak, but then he is reluctant to speak. So maybe
With good cause, Chair.
thank you.
So, Chair, with those few remarks, I would not object.
So a resumption on the 23rd of March.
On the 23rd of March, or if I may just add, perhaps, or such date as shall be determined by the chief evidence leader. I don't know what.
I think let's speak.
23rd?
Let's
Okay,
stick to the
23rd of March.
specific date.
It is.
Yes,
Thank you, Chair.
yes, thank you. Commissioner Mkhwanazi, the hearing of your further evidence will be on 23 March, and such further dates as will be determined on the 23rd of March 2026 at 9:30 as usual.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
If we may be
You are
excused.
excused, Commissioner. Thank you,
Thank
Mr.
you,
Lo-
Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Kumalo. Thank you. Yes, Mr. Chaswalson.
Mr. Carrim, before we broke, you'll recall you were saying that after, I think it was 6 May, and that exchange of the message purporting to reflect your communications with the minister, Mr. Matlala started to avoid you. Can I ask you to go to the WhatsApp bundle? So I think it's page 28 of the evidence bundle. And the Good Morning Minister message is at 6th of May, 9:50. And then you follow it up saying, sent him this, presumably meaning sent the minister this. Then he called, I'm sending you what to write. Did you send Mr. Matlala a draft of what he should write to the minister?
This message was sent to me by Mr. Mokgotsi. I then copied and pasted it and forwarded it to Mr. Matlala.
No, I understand that, but your last message to Mr. Matlala is, I'm sending you what to write.
Yeah, I made him believe that I wrote it.
Yes, but that's... So were you suggesting by that last statement, I'm sending you what to write, were you suggesting to Mr. Matlala that this is what the minister told you, or is that a message from you to Mr. Matlala, I'm sending you what to write? I've spoken to the minister, he called this, I'm going to tell you what to write.
Yes, the message was to say, I'm going to tell you what to write. And by that time, it seems like Mr. Matlala then picked up that this message he already received from Mr. Mokgotsi in March.
No, he didn't, sorry, just to correct you there, he didn't receive it from Mr. Mokgotsi.
He
He
sent
Mr. Mokgotsi the
the
Good
same
Morning
message.
Minister text,
Yes.
say, essentially asking Mr. Mokgotsi to send it to the minister. But at the end, it says, I'm sending you what to write. You say to Mr. Matlala, I'm sending you what to write.
Yes, I never sent him anything after that.
Why didn't you send him anything after that?
Because Mr. Mokgotsi said he'll send me something and he never sent it.
So you were waiting for Mr. Mokgotsi to send you a draft of what should be written in Mr. Matlala's name to the minister.
Yes.
But why then would you have initiated this whole conversation about misleading Mr. Matlala as to what you had sent to the minister and say, I will send you what to write, when you didn't have what you were going to send?
You can then see there's a call on the next day.
That call is a day and a half later. My question remains, why would you initiate this process of misleading Mr. Matlala when you couldn't carry it through?
Mr. Brown Mokgotsi couldn't give me the message, so I just abandoned and I just left it because Brown didn't send me the message to forward on.
No, I understand that, but presumably if you're going to perpetrate a fraud of this nature on Mr. Matlala, you want to be ready to perpetrate the fraud. So you didn't have to send him the Good Morning Minister message at 9:50 in the morning on the 6th of May. Why did you choose to send it at that time?
Brown advised me to send the message at that time. Brown sent me this message on that day.
Yes. Brown sent you that message, but you send that message and then you send a series of follow-up messages which have not been exchanged between Brown or Mr. Matlala. One says, sent him this, in other words, you sent it to the minister. Then he called, I'm sending you what to write. Why would you say, I'm sending you what to write, if you weren't in a position to send it at that stage?
Brown told me to do that, and that's why I did it.
Why did you not ask Brown, well, let's have what we're going to write so that we can send it to him?
I did say that, but I'm saying subsequent to that, there was a call and Mr. Matlala said he's not going to write anything, he's going to give it to his legal team. They will handle this.
We'll get to that a little later. But I still want to find out from you, why would you offer to give him a draft when you were not yet in a position to give that draft?
I was promised a draft, which didn't come.
But why offer it
Brown,
at a point when you're not able to furnish it? Will
Brown-
that not raise Mr. Matlala's suspicions?
Brown said he'll send me the message, he'll tell me what to write, and I must forward it on.
So you got these 4 texts from Brown, and then you essentially cut and paste them and sent them on to Mr. Matlala.
Correct.
But when Brown sent the texts to you, before you cut and paste and sent them on to Mr. Matlala, why didn't you inquire? What are we going to write to him? He's going to want a letter. What are we going to say?
I did ask him.
And what did he say?
He said he's going to type it out and send it to me.
To raise Mr. Matlala's expectations that you had a draft letter for the minister in circumstances where you didn't have a draft letter for the minister.
Correct.
Did it not occur to you that Mr. Matlala would find this suspicious?
Well, by this time, after this message, he'd already known. Well, I presumably him and Brown were talking already. So he knew. Because I received this message 2 months later and I forwarded it on to him.
Yes, but you didn't know that at the time.
Sorry?
You didn't know that at the time. You thought you were still implementing your scheme to mislead Mr. Matlala.
Yes, but he knew it.
Yes, but you didn't know that.
Yes, I didn't know that.
So when you sent the message, you didn't know that he would immediately realize this as, or recognize it as a version of a message which he had asked Mr. Mokgotsi to send 2 months previously. You didn't know that.
I didn't know that.
So
see-
can I just, before you move on, Mr. Cheskasen, the way you say, I'm sending you what to write, who was Mr. Matlala supposed to write to on this scheme?
He was supposed, we were going to send him a text to write. Brown said we should tell Matlala to write a text, which he must then forward to the minister.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry, you were then asking Mr. Matlala to write a text, which he would then forward to the minister.
He would then forward it back and then me to Brown and then off onto the minister.
But you hadn't told him that you were dealing with Brown. So as far as he was concerned, you would forward it back to you, and he would think that you would forward it to the minister.
But at that time, Brown and Mpofu-Walsh were obviously talking, which I didn't know about, but they were talking.
Yes, but we know what the facts of communication were. We know some of the facts of who was communicating with whom at the time. But I'm trying to interrogate the plausibility of your version. And for that, we need to think our way back into what you knew at the time. And what your version has been thus far is that before this commission started ventilating facts about these exchanges, you didn't know that Mr. Mokgotsi and Mr. Matlala were independently talking to each other.
Yes.
So at the time that you wrote this, Mr. Mokgotsi, well, as far as you were concerned, Mr. Matlala wouldn't know about any role of Mr. Mokgotsi. So you are suggesting that the plan was for a text to come back from Mr. Matlala and for him to be told that you would forward that text to the minister.
That was the belief.
But what was the purpose of your forwarding a text to the minister? Why wouldn't Mr. Matlala just write directly to the minister?
That was the advice of Mr. Mokgotsi.
You see, it seems to me truly implausible advice for several reasons, and I'd like you to comment on them one by one. The first is, it seems utterly implausible that you would drop a bombshell like this, saying that you'd spoken to the minister, he called you back, and you're going to tell Mr. Mokgotsi what to write if you didn't have what you wanted to give to Mr. Mokgotsi as what he had to write. That just seems a very implausible scheme. Your response to that?
Mr. Chaskalson, do you mean Mr. Matlala?
Mr. Matlala, sorry, I have confused those two more than once.
Like I said, Council, Mr. Mokgotsi insisted that I send Mr. Matlala these messages, convince him that I'm able to send a text to the minister regarding his cancellation.
Yes, but on your version, neither you nor Mr. Mokgotsi had the text that you were going to offer Mr. Matlala in that regard.
Yes, when I said I'm sending you what to write, Mr. Mokgotsi didn't come back to me. On the next day, Mr. Matlala called me and said he's not sending any text, he's not interested. He will then send us over to his lawyers, and that's where we left it.
Well, we'll come back to the next day shortly. But the second implausibility is, why send Mr. Matlala a text for him to write if the plan is that you will actually send that text to the minister?
We wanted him to refer his issues or what were his issues. So he needed to write that letter.
But you're the one who's going to send it to the minister.
Yes, but it's not my contract. It's Mr. Matlala's contract. He needed to tell us what were his issues. So he needed to write that text.
But then you couldn't send him what to write because you didn't know what his issues were. He needed to formulate what he...
Yes, Brown explained that he would write this and give us a draft, and Matlala can add what he needed to add on and then forward. But this never happened.
So now the version is that Brown's going to give you a draft. The draft will be filled out by Mr. Matlala. It will then come back to you, and you will send it to the minister.
That was the belief, yes.
Sorry, may I just ask? You say that was the belief. I'm just trying to understand how you explain this whole scheme. You say you did not have any connection or access to the minister.
Yes.
Okay. So you were not the one that was going to send whatever goes to the minister.
No,
You
it
were
was
not
going to be
receive-
Mr. Mokgotsi.
you knew Mr. Mokgotsi to have a connection to the minister.
Mr. Mokgotsi told me on several occasions that he's connected to the minister and the
Okay,
minister's
so on
office.
this scheme, Mr. Mokgotsi would have forwarded this communication that you are preparing here
Yes.
to the minister. Okay, thank you.
And what was the plan? Was it that Mr. Mokgotsi would, through the scheme, that Mr. Mokgotsi could get to the minister would be persuaded to intervene and to resurrect this contract? Is that what the plan was?
If you look at the message, "Good morning, Minister," if you can read into that context, I think what he was complaining here about, he was complaining here about having purchase orders being withheld. So his cry was about the purchase orders not being given to him. He wanted to deliver, and the reason they were holding the purchase orders was to sabotage him. That's what he believed. So he thought if he could get the minister's ear, he could say, "Why am I not getting purchase orders? I need to deliver these. The guys are holding my purchase orders, and I need to deliver on this contract."
So the plan was that a letter would be drafted by Mr. Mokgotsi, filled in part by Mr. Matlala, sent back to you. Mr. Matlala believed that you would then send it to the minister to sort out his problems and get him paid. You believed that Mr. Mokgotsi would send it to the minister and sort out problems with payment on the contract. Is that correct?
Yes.
So you were hoping that through Mr. Mokgotsi's influence, the minister would intervene in an operational matter at SAPS to ensure that Mr. Matlala got paid.
Brown gave us the impression, yes.
No, I'm asking what you were hoping, not what impression was created. You were hoping.
Yes.
Yes. So you wanted Mr. Mokgotsi to persuade the minister to intervene in an operational matter so that Mr. Matlala got paid and you in turn got repaid.
Correct.
You say this is the point at which Mr. Matlala stopped answering your calls and started avoiding you.
Yeah, you would be very brief. It's not at this point exactly, but he started to become more distant or more evasive.
You see, when I look at the chats, I see the exact opposite. I see a more intense level of communication between you and Mr. Matlala at this point than anywhere else in the chat. So let's look what happens next. These texts get sent on the 6th. If we scroll down, we see on the 7th, 9th, and 10th, there are calls from Mr. Matlala to you, not the other way around. He's the one wanting contact.
Yes, I called before. If you can see on the top, I called him first.
Yes, you called him on the 6th.
Yes.
But after you have sent this text offering to get the minister on board to have him paid, he tries to call you 3 times.
I called him first on the 10th, right on the top.
No. If you go up to page 28, you will see that when you call him on the 10th, it's returning his call. You see on the 7th, he calls. On the 9th, he calls. On the 10th, he calls. He calls at 13:50, and a minute later, you respond. You speak at 13:51. He calls you back at 14:15. The following day, he calls you again on the 11th at 15:01. You call him back at 15:02. You call again at 19:05. On the 12th, he calls at 9:34. You call back at 10:58. He calls again at 12:26, and again at 12:26, and then again at 12:27 when he says, "I'm at your house, brother." He's come to visit you.
Yes, that's correct.
Is this someone who's avoiding you?
I didn't say he avoided me immediately. I said during the course of May, he started becoming evasive. So I put more pressure on him on my payments. So when he asked to come to my house, he wanted to come and give me an explanation on payments.
Can I take you back to paragraph 30.3 and see, so that you can see what your version was? The same message I sent to Vusi in May 2025 in terms of Brown's instruction was, I've now learned, sent by Vusi to Brown on 4 March 2025. This confirms that Brown and Vusi have already exchanged this message, and I cannot understand why Brown would advise me to resend it to Vusi. Thereafter, Vusi started avoiding me. So you're saying Vusi started avoiding you after you sent the message that Brown had exchanged with Vusi in March. That was what your version was.
Yeah,
Is that
from
version
then-
incorrect?
Yes, from then on, he started avoiding me.
From there on?
Yes, he started becoming evasive. I see all these calls. Yes, all these calls did happen, but they were mainly to discuss my payments.
It's not just calls. He comes and visits you at your house on the 12th of May.
Correct, because
And the one who's not there is not him, it's you. You say, I'm on my way, 5 minutes.
yes, I was on my way to see him. We had agreed that we'll meet. He needed to bring me a payment plan.
So it doesn't look like he's avoiding you. At best, he's anxious that you might call in your debt and is chasing you to try and make some arrangements. He's certainly not avoiding you. Your response?
I still say he was evasive.
Let's look at the 13th. He approaches you. Salam, can you take a call? Your response is networks, presumably, and then you say, I'm at the mine. Presumably you weren't sure you had signal that would support a call, is that correct?
That's correct.
But he was asking for the call.
Yes,
You eventually do have a call at 14:23 and at 14:26.
yes,
And later that day, he sends you a draft of his letter to SAPS about termination of the contract. And see that draft at page 365. Go to 365, you'll see,
page 31 of my bundle.
yes, 31 is where there's the reference to it, but the actual document itself is at page 365 of the same document. You go there, you'll see a
It's in the
series
big,
of file one, yes.
Yes,
So he has sent you a draft of a letter to SAPS that his lawyers are planning to send on his behalf.
yes.
Is this wholly unrelated to what you said a week previously you would tell him to write?
No, it had nothing to do with that.
But at the very least, he's not avoiding you. He's still exchanging drafts with you.
Yes, I've been putting pressure on
Chair,
him.
in fairness to the witness, this is a signed letter. My learned friend keeps referring to a draft. It's a copy of a letter that seems to be actually sent. If you look at page 367.
Mr. Chaskelson,
It's signed. The electronic file still describes it as draft, but I accept that it has been signed.
thank you. Let's proceed.
Then on the 14th of May, if we go back to page 31, You call him at 8:55. And at 10:27, he sends you a picture of the screen of an email from SAPS acknowledging receipt of correspondence. Did you understand what correspondence he was referring to?
He just sent me this text, or he sent me this. It was in regards, as I presume, for his contract.
So it was presumably a screen acknowledging receipt of the letter that we saw at 365. The letter that we just saw, the signed letter addressed to SAPS.
Yes, I'm sure it's that.
And did you understand it that way at the time?
No.
No, you didn't. Why didn't you understand it that way? What did you understand it to be?
I just understood it in terms of his cancellation. I just looked at it and thought they've canceled his contract now, and his contract is cancelled.
No, but this is a letter from SAPS acknowledging receipt of a letter from somebody else, his attorneys.
Yeah, I saw that, but I didn't look at it and think that it's from. I just saw it and I thought it's his termination because it said termination of contract following the award. So he was trying to tell me that his contract is terminated.
No, he'd already told you that his contract had been terminated. He told you, at the very least, by sending you the letter which took issue with that termination. That was the letter at 365 that he sent to you the previous day. If you go to 365, you'll see it's headed termination of contract following the award of bid.
Yes, but he didn't send me this letter. It's just a screenshot. I didn't see the letter.
So why did you think he would send you a screenshot from SAPS?
Mr. Matlala owes me money, so he's going to send me those screenshots.
But the screenshot says receipt of your correspondence is hereby acknowledged. I will bring it to the attention of the National Commissioner.
Like I said, he sent me this based on termination.
Sorry, based on the termination.
Yes. When I looked at it, I saw termination, so I thought he's trying to tell me his contract is terminated.
But he'd already told you that the night before.
Yes, he was probably trying to send me proof. That's how I read it.
I see. Look, I want to put it to you that it's fairly self-evident why he would send that to you. He would send it to you to say that the letter I shared with you yesterday has now been sent to the SAPS.
I shared no letter with him on the previous day, Council.
Well, he shared a letter with you yesterday, 365.
No, I never received this letter.
Sorry. Your version now is that at 13:05/1948, when he sent you the WhatsApp with an attachment described draft letter to SAPS National dated 13 May 2025, you didn't receive that.
Here on the top. Yeah, I see it's there, but I don't recall this message. I didn't even open this message.
You don't recall that message?
It's there, but I didn't even open this message.
I see. So you didn't see the draft at 365?
No.
I see. And you didn't see fit to mention that in your statement when you were dealing with your exchanges with Mr. Matlala?
Yes, it's the first time I'm seeing this letter in the file now. I never opened this. I never opened this message.
And your attorneys didn't take that up with you, didn't ask you about this this letter that's been
No.
in the bundle for over a month now?
No.
I see. Anyway, we're still dealing with Mr. Matlala's alleged avoidance of you. He's now sent you a letter which is signed but hasn't yet been sent to the police. On the 13th, he sent you a screen from the police acknowledging receipt of that letter on the 14th.
On the 14th.
And then on the 14th, he started to ask you about legal representation. He said, John Sullivan of Inga Ershman, Sam, Xavier Fanikak. These are the advocates. Can you ask around if they are strong or not? You remember receiving that?
Yes.
And what did you understand he was asking for there?
He was obviously looking for legal representation
For what?
for his contract.
For his contract, yes. So what I want to put to you is that if one actually looks at the correspondence, there is nothing there that is consistent with your version, that after the 6 May email, Mr. Matlala was avoiding you. What the correspondence actually looks like is an exchange of texts and messages you would expect from someone who was looking for help from the minister with his contract and believed he was speaking to a person who was connected to the minister.
By that time, counsel, he knew that I had no contacts
How do you know that he knew by that stage?
because he kept on saying to me he's going to sort out his problems with his legal team. He doesn't need any intervention.
I see, but then why was he engaging with you about his legal team?
I have been putting pressure on him for my monies. I put a lot of pressure on him for my monies. So he was trying to divert me now and tell me he's going to sue or he's going to challenge the termination of the contract. And that's what he was trying to do.
I see. So on your version, reconstructed with the benefit of hindsight, he knew that you were in cahoots with Mr. Mogotsi and were pretending to have a relationship with the minister.
I think it was the other way around. He was in cahoots with Mr. Mogotsi. They knew and they were playing me. The two of them
So
knew.
he was in cahoots with Mr. Mogotsi,
Yes.
and what was he telling you?
I believe that they were in cahoots from what I see now after this. Whatever was exposed during the commission's times, I can now see that the two of them were playing me. I was in the middle.
I see. So how do you understand this extensive correspondence after the 6th of May in the light of that theory?
Remember, he owes me money, counsel, so he needs to communicate with me because, like I said, I was calling him continuously for my payments, finding out because he promised that there were payments in the system. He promised to make more payments, but payments were not coming forth.
So he's not avoiding you at all. He's engaging with you continuously to try and get you off his back.
He was avoiding on the issue of payments. He'd call for other reasons. I'd always say to him, let's get down to sort out a payment plan, which never transpired. So on the issue of my payments, he was evasive. He would never come clear and tell me when he's going to pay me.
You see, when I look at paragraph 30.3, that's not what you're saying at all. What you're saying in paragraph 30.3 is that with hindsight, you realize that on the 6th of May, Mr. Matlala understood that you had been misleading him about your access to the minister and then started avoiding you.
Yes.
But the facts show that he didn't start avoiding you at all. In fact, he increased his communications with you. If you compare the period from 6 to 14 May, to the period that comes before it, it is probably the period of most intense conversation between you. So why did you say he started avoiding you?
He started avoiding me on the issue of a payment plan. He didn't want to come and sit down and draw up a payment plan. So he kept on managing me with these calls, kept on calling me, kept on saying, no, we'll do it today, we'll do it tomorrow. The day that he came to my house, he was very impatient. He didn't want to wait at all. He was in a hurry. And I said to him, I've got a copy in my hand, we need to sign something. I'm on my way.
I want to put it to you that you have tried in the statement to create a version of Mr. Matlala cutting off communication with you when he realizes that you do not have purchase with the minister. But in fact, that is not what the objective evidence shows at all. He didn't realize that you didn't have purchase with the minister.
He did.
It is not what the evidence shows. And let me take the proposition further. Let us look at paragraph 42 of your statement on page 9. You say, Vusi ceased responding to me in or about May 2025.
Yes.
Now, as late as 14 May, he was messaging you asking for advice on advocates. You see that on page 32 of the evidence bundle?
Yes.
Later that day, he was arrested and he's been in custody ever since.
Yes.
Did you try to contact him in custody?
No.
So when did he stop replying to you?
On that day, on the last day, I tried to call him. I couldn't get hold of him the day before. You can just go back to the calls. I think before he got arrested.
So your last call to him on page 31 is at...
Mr. Chaskalson, on the issue of arrest, Mr. Carrim, when did you become aware that Mr. Matlala had become arrested?
It was after it was on the news.
Immediately thereafter?
Yeah.
Thank you.
So on the 14th of May, at 8:55, you tried to phone him.
Yes.
That's page 31.
Yes.
Did you speak to him at 18:55? Do you recall?
No, he didn't take the call. I don't recall speaking to him. Subsequent to that, he then sent the screenshot.
Yes. Then he asked your advice on legal representatives, 1252 and 1253.
Yes.
So he's not stopped replying to you at that stage?
Yes, because remember, like I've said, I put a lot of pressure on him, and I also said to him, I'm going to institute a legal claim on my monies.
No, I understand what you're saying now, but that's not what you said in your statement. In your statement, in paragraphs 42 on page 8 and 30.3 on page 7, you create an impression of Mr. Matlala essentially ghosting you after he discovers that you're using a second-hand message to claim that you have influence over the minister. That's the impression one gets from reading your statement.
Yes, I'm saying he was avoiding me to sit down and work out a payment plan. He was evasive on that. He kept on communicating because he didn't want me to institute a legal challenge.
That's what you're saying now. It's not what you're saying in the statement at all.
Well, in the statement, I meant he was evasive on coming. He didn't want to meet me. He just refused to meet me. The day he came to my house, he didn't even wait for 2 minutes. I said, I'm on my way, and he left.
So now you're saying you didn't meet at the house. He didn't wait for you at the house.
I did say that previously, Counsel.
No, you didn't say that previously.
I did. I said he was impatient. He didn't wait for me.
You said he was impatient.
Yes, he left.
So you're saying he then left
Correct. He
before
left.
you came in?
Yes, he left.
I see. I didn't understand your evidence in that regard, but the record will speak for itself. Be that as it may, what you're saying in the statement is that he avoided you from March, and he stopped replying to your, from May, and he stopped replying to you sometime in May. He ceased responding to me in or about May. Now, the only point at which he ceased responding to you was when he was arrested.
I think he was arrested a few days after that.
He was arrested on the 14th of May. He was arrested possibly a couple of hours before his last communication to you.
Okay. Yes.
So why did you say he stopped responding to you in May?
He stopped responding to me and him meeting to sort out the payment plan and have it signed.
I see. So what you wanted to say is we continued to meet regularly through May. In fact, we met more regularly than at any other stage in our communications. But he wouldn't talk to me about a payment plan. Is that what you're saying?
Met or communicated, Mr. Chaskalson? Met or communicated?
Met or communicated?
No, not met. We never met.
I'm
Oh,
asking,
communicated.
Yes, communicated.
And your version now is you never met.
I'm saying I never met.
Yes, he did though come to your
He
house
came
and
to
you
my
weren't there
house.
to meet
I
him.
said to him, I'm on my way, wait for me. When I got there, he was impatient, he left.
But he was sufficiently interested in contact with you to come to the house.
Yes.
Let's move to a separate topic. You say that you had no connections either to the minister or within SAPS, and you just depended on Brown, who you thought had those connections.
Yes.
Can I take you to page 2 of the bundle?
Big file.
There you'll see that at the 7th of January, at 7 in the morning, Mr. Matlala emails, WhatsApps you, "Salam, brother. Now is the time to start invoicing. Was wondering if I can see you before we send invoices. I can even come to your place. Please advise." And you respond essentially to say you're already in Cape Town for the January the 8th celebrations. You recall that?
Yes.
Why would Mr. Matlala want your advice on invoicing?
He didn't want my advice on invoicing. Mr. Matlala was looking for additional funding, and what he wanted to do was to bring the invoices to me, show me how much he's going to be claiming so that I could then top up on the funding. He was looking for more money here.
But why would he then want to see you before he sent the invoices? Why
I
wouldn't he
have no
come
idea,
to you with the
Councillor.
invoices?
Sorry.
Why wouldn't he come to you with the invoices that he had already sent?
I have no idea. I've never been involved in any of his invoicing. I don't even know how his invoicing document looks.
Sorry, you don't know how invoicing in government works?
No, I said I don't know how Mr. Matlala's invoices were.
Oh, how his invoicing works. Let's go down to page 4. "30th of January to 11:57. You're back from Cape Town, and now Mr. Matlala says, 'Salam, brother. Can you please check with your guys how far is payment?' 12:13, you say, 'Checking. Will revert.' He says, 'Thanks.' The next day you say, 'Morning. They say payment is done. I'm waiting for the remittance.' So the first question is, why did Mr. Matlala think that you had people who could find out how payment was progressing at SAPS?
Remember, he knew that I had a contact. He knew that I had a contact in SAPS, and that was Mr. Brown Mkhotsi.
He didn't know it was Mkhotsi, but he knew
there was someone.
He knew
He
you had
didn't know
contact.
that it was, yes, correct.
And when you said checking will revert, you were actually checking with Mr. Mkhotsi.
Correct, Council.
Mr. Carrim, is there a reason, a known reason why Mr. Matlala, who is contracted to the subs, couldn't check this information himself? Why did he need to come through you?
I have no idea, Council. He asked me. I don't know why he did that, but if we can move on, we'll see on the next page, or after some time, he then sends me a screenshot of the payments.
And it didn't occur to you to say, why don't you check, because you have direct access?
Sorry,
I mean, it didn't occur to you to say to him, why don't you check, to say to him, why does he not check with the
I
SAPS
said-
people, because he's obviously dealing with
He's
the SAPS
contracted
people.
to them. I said he must check with them, but he felt there was a sabotage and that people are holding his invoices and not paying him.
Thank you.
Mr. Carrim, can you be specific about what you told Mr. Matlala that made him believe that you have contact within SAPS? Because your response now is he thought you had contact within SAPS, but it was Mr. Mkhotsi. But can you just be more specific about what exactly you told him that made him believe that you had contact within SAPS? And who did you say within SAPS would be providing you this information?
I gave him no names. I just said to him, I know people and I'll check with this person. This person is well connected. So as and when there's challenges, he would call me and double check with me, and then I'll talk to Mr. Mkhotsi and say, can you check on the payments? Can you follow up? Can you see what's happening? And then Mr. Mkhotsi would then respond to me and say, yes, it's getting done. Payment is here. Payment is there. I don't know who Mr. Mkhotsi was talking to.
I think, Mr. Karim, the question relates to much earlier, because at this stage, Mr. Matlala already believes that you are connected to someone within SAPS. The question relates to much earlier, and it actually ties in with a question I had asked you as to how you got Mr. Matlala to believe that you had such a connection. What had you said to him?
I just said to him, I have someone who's well connected and knows. But when I do say to him, they say payment is done, because Mr. Mkhotsi said payment is done. And immediately after that, Mr. Mkhotsi said...
No, my question does not relate to that.
I'm trying to show you how he got convinced. When I say to him, payment is done, I then speak to Mr. Mkhotsi. Mr. Mkhotsi says, payment will be done.
No, the interest is the initial stage when he got to believe that you had this contact or connection. I'm not.
You're not referring to
I'm not
this?
talking about the stage with regard to this inquiry, and indeed even Commissioner Khumalo's
In the beginning, when... Okay.
And indeed even Commissioner Khumalo's question does not relate to the stage of this inquiry about payment. It's about the very initial stage.
Initial stages, yes. That was around June when I went back to him, when he said to me, when I went back to him, when I was doing my due diligence, I went back to him and said to him, look, I've got someone, and they verified, yes, your contract is there, and I have someone inside, and he believed that I had someone.
Maybe on that, just so that it's not, I don't forget it. Why would you, you're about to advance a lot of money
Yes.
to someone who says, I have a contract with the SAPS. Why would you ask Mr. Mkhotsi to verify instead of asking Mr. Matlala to give you proof that he does have this contract? It doesn't make sense to me that you would go about the long way of Mr. Matlala, of Mr. Mkhotsi, when in fact you are face to face with Mr. Matlala, to whom you are giving money, that you don't say to him as part of your due diligence. You say, give me proof that you've been awarded the contract, and you would rather, as part of your due diligence, rely on an outsider that you say has nothing to do with this contract, Mr. Mkhotsi.
Commissioner, he did show me proof But I just wanted to satisfy myself. That's why I asked Mr. Mokgotsi.
So when you say he showed you proof, what did he show you?
He showed me a letter.
From the SAPS?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
If we can go down, at 10:04 you send 3 texts. Morning, they say payment is done, I'm waiting for the remittance. Who promised you a remittance?
Mr. Mokgotsi.
I see. Over the page, sorry, did Mr. Mokgotsi say where he was going to get the remittance from?
No, he just said to me he'll get a remittance and forward it to me so that I could send it on to Mr. Matlala.
Sorry, he said he had a remittance.
He said he's getting one.
He's getting one. Over the page, you see later that day, Mr. Matlala says, you're winning with the remittance. Asks you, and you say, not yet. Then you say, the lady insists it's paid. Who was the lady?
Brown said to me, the lady, when I spoke to Brown on the call, he said to me, the lady insists, the lady said it's paid. So I just took that and sent it to Mr. Matlala.
So Brown mentioned a lady, but when I asked you a minute ago, you made no mention to of the lady. You just said he's getting a remittance.
No. I said it's on my text here. Brown did say a lady.
Brown said a lady.
Yes, Brown told me a lady.
You didn't mention the lady when I asked you 2 minutes ago.
It's here, it's on my text.
I know it's on your text. It wasn't in your answer, though. Why didn't you mention the lady when I asked you?
Well, I just said paid, but now I see it's a lady, it's there. So I'll retract that and say the lady.
So it's the lady who said, do you know who this lady is?
No idea, Counsel.
And why did you expect that Mr. Matlala would know who's the lady? If you don't know who's the lady, you are not talking to him about a lady, as you say. When you say the lady, how did you expect he would know who you're speaking about?
I just said the lady says it's paid. Like there's a person there, but it's a lady. And she says it's paid. Because that's what Mr. Mokgotsi told me. The lady said it's paid.
Yeah.
So I just took that phrase and forwarded it on to
Yes,
Mr.
forget
Matlala.
a bit what Mr. Mokgotsi told you. You are sending this message, and you say the lady. You don't say they insist it's paid. You say the lady insists it is paid. So it gives the impression that you and Mr. Matlala know, or at least you expect Mr. Matlala knows who you're talking about, the lady, whether it's the subs, wherever. How did you expect he would know who you're speaking about?
Brown told me it's a lady, and he's speaking to some lady. And the lady says it's paid. So I just took that and forwarded it on to Mr. Matlala.
I'm asking you a different question. How did you expect Mr. Matlala would know there's a lady who's dealing with the processing?
I didn't expect him to know.
Let me finish. I'm not asking about what Mr. Mokgotsi said to you. I'm asking about your communicating with Mr. Mokgotsi, with Mr. Matlala. How do you expect that he will know and accept that indeed payment will be made when all you say is the lady insists it's paid? How would he know what lady you're talking about unless you knew that he knows what lady you're talking about?
It was just from Brown. We just knew it was a lady. So I just took that and forwarded it on to him. What he thought, I didn't know, Commissioner.
Thank you.
So you relayed to him on the 31st of January that payment had been made.
I said, I'm just waiting for proof.
Yes, you were waiting for proof, but you had been told either directly from an insider or indirectly through Brown Mokgotsi from an insider that payment had been made. The lady insists it's paid.
Yes.
That was on the 31st.
Yes.
If we go down to page 6, on 3 February, Mr. Matlala sends you a payment screen.
Yes.
And on that payment screen, one sees that the payment date is in fact the 31st of January.
Yes.
So whoever was speaking to either you or Mr. Mokgotsi was someone inside SAPS with access to their payment systems.
Yes, it was Mr. Mokgotsi.
So well, it wasn't Mr. Mokgotsi. You say someone was speaking to Mr. Mokgotsi.
Yes.
Yes. Well, Mr. Mokgotsi is coming back. We'll have to ask him whether he confirms your version or not. Yes. But one of you had access to someone inside the SAPS payment system who could tell you when payment had been made.
From this text, it's clear that Mr. Matlala had someone inside.
No, I'm not asking about Mr. Matlala now, I'm asking about yourself and Mr. Mokgotsi. Between the two of you, you had access to someone inside SAPS who could tell you when invoices were being paid. Would you accept that?
Mr. Brown Mokgotsi, not myself. I had no one.
I understand your version, but one of the two of you had access to someone who could say when accounts were going to be paid.
That's not what happened. Mr. Mokgotsi told me that he's got someone, and that's my message to Mr. Matlala, saying, yes, he's got, the invoices are paid on confirmation from Mr. Mokgotsi. I had spoken to no one.
Yes. So your version is you spoke to no one other than Mokgotsi.
Yes.
But why you wanted to speak to Mokgotsi is that you knew that he was connected.
Yes.
He would have access, you thought, to someone inside SAPS who could answer these sorts of questions.
Yes.
So on your version, you didn't directly have access to anybody in SAPS. You had to go through Mr. Mokgotsi, but you deliberately went through Mr. Mokgotsi because you believed he had access to someone in SAPS.
He told me he has access, yes.
Yes, Mr. Mokgotsi has told lots of people lots of things. Did you believe him?
At that point, when he said it's paid, and when Mr. Matlala sent us, I believed that, yes, he did have someone.
Yes. Let me move to a different topic. And can I ask you to go to page 6 of the bundle? The evidence bundle.
Yes, I'm on that bundle.
Now, at the 3rd of February, at 14:41, you WhatsApp Mr. Matlala a proof of banking letter for Tamiz Investments.
Yes.
Now, why did you WhatsApp him a proof of banking letter for Tamiz Investments if the vehicle for the contract was Ziggy?
The funding was done from two companies. So part of the funding came from Tamiz Investment. Ziggy did not have the full capacity to do it. Some of the money came from Tamiz.
But the contracting party was Ziggy.
Yes.
So why would you provide for money to be paid back to Tamiz if the true contracting party was Ziggy? Why wouldn't you provide, I would imagine in your internal books you had an arrangement in terms of which Tamiz advanced a loan to Ziggy, which then was reflected in a payment to Medicare 2024, that of that 10 million, some of it was loaned from Tamiz to Ziggy and paid to Medicare 24.
Yes, I needed to pay back Tamiz first, so that's why I gave him Tamiz's details.
But should it not have gone through the books of Ziggy? If Ziggy was the principal and if the arrangement was, there was a loan from Tamiz to Ziggy and from Ziggy to Mr. Matlala, isn't the correct way of doing that getting Mr. Matlala to pay back his counterparty and arranging that
the payments went out directly from Tamiz, so my accountant advised that they go back into Tamiz.
So your accountant advised that although Tamiz was actually lending money not to Mr. Matlala, but to Ziggy, Mr. Matlala should pay back Tamiz, not Ziggy.
No, he should pay back Tamiz first. That was the arrangement.
Yes, but why would he pay Tamiz directly
Because,
if his contractual relationship was with Ziggy?
yes, we'd ask him to pay that company back first, because Tamiz was part of the loan.
Did Tamiz lend money to Mr. Matlala, or did Tamiz lend money to Ziggy?
It lent money to Mr. Matlala via Ziggy.
You see, that's not the version that you give in your statement. In your statement, you say that any monies that came from Tamiz were advanced to Mr. Matlala on behalf of Ziggy. Can I take you to the relevant part of your statement?
Yeah.
So it's page 3, paragraph 12.
Yes.
In terms of our agreement, the following payments were made to Medicare by or on behalf of Ziggy. And then you say Ziggy paid 5 million on the 26th of June. On 7th, Tamiz paid 25 million to Medicare on behalf of Ziggy. 2.5. On 15 July and 24 July, Tamiz paid 1.5 and 1 million on behalf of Ziggy. So your version in your statement is that these are payments by Ziggy, which are made on behalf of Ziggy by Tamiz.
Yes.
Did you tell that to your accountant? Did you explain that to your accountant?
Yes.
And he still said, get Medicare 24 to pay Tamiz back, not Ziggy back.
To pay Tamiz first, and once Tamiz's debt is cleared, we'll then start paying Ziggy.
But Tamiz's debt was a debt to Ziggy, not a debt to Medicare.
Yes, but we wanted to pay Tamiz first, so we asked Mr. Matlala to pay the money directly into Tamiz investments.
And you took advice from an accountant on this?
Yes.
Who was your accountant who advised you this?
I'll have to check his name. MSM accounts or something like that. He's my accountant.
Sorry, you don't know the name of your
It's
accountant?
MSM accounting.
MSM accountants. Let's go back to the payment. On page 6 of the evidence bundle at the foot of the page, you see that on the 4th of February 2025, Mr. Matlala WhatsApps you a proof of payment, and that proof of payment is at page 36 of the bundle. It's the 1.5 million payment from Medicare to Tamiz.
Yes.
If you can then go to page 535, you will see that 7 seconds after Mr. Matlala sent you proof of payment to Tamiz, he sends the same proof of payment to Mr. Morgan Maumela.
Correct.
And that proof of payment that he sends to Mr. Maumela is at page 537.
5.
If we go back to page 7, 537, sorry, 537. It's the same proof of payment. This time it was sent to Mr. Maumela.
Yes.
If you go back to page 7, you'll see that at 15:13:31, this is another 12 seconds after the proof of payment has been sent to Mr. Maumela, Mr. Matlala calls you.
Yes.
What was he calling about?
Which page is that, Council? 7, page 7.
On page 7, yes. at 15/13/31. He's just given you proof of payment, you've acknowledged receipt of the proof of payment, and then he calls you. Do you remember what he called you about?
Yes.
What would he call you about?
He called me and asked me, well, before this, he'd already engaged me to advance some monies to Mr. Morgan Maumela on his behalf.
To advance monies to Mr. Morgan Maumela?
On his behalf, yes.
On his behalf? Now, by this stage, you had been worried for quite some time that you weren't being paid on this contract.
Yes, that's correct.
Why did you agree to take a third of your first payment and give it to Mr. Maumela on behalf of Mr. Matlala?
The reason for that, Mr. Matlala kept on putting pressure on me to please advance this money to Morgan. I did ask him, why can't he do it directly? He said, please do it on my behalf, and on my next payment, I'll reimburse you. And at that time, we had quite a bit of payments that still needed to go into the system. So I needed to keep Mr. Matlala happy. At the same time, knowing that there's more payments coming in, I then agreed to advance this money to Mr. Maumela.
So although by this stage you were already worried about
I was just wondering if...
the lunch break.
Yes, please.
We can pick it up after lunch.
Yes. Let's adjourn and resume at 2 p.m. Yes, Mr. Chaskalsi.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Carrim, we were on page 7 of the evidence bundle. And just to recap for context, Mr. Matlala had sent you proof of payment of 1.5 million from Medicare to Tamiz.
Correct.
You had acknowledged receipt. There was a call from Mr. Matlala to you, and then you responded in a text at 15:17 on the 4th of February, Morgan sorted. And you confirmed that the Morgan to whom you were referring was Mr. Mamela.
Correct.
How long have you been on first name terms with Mr. Mamela?
Around about 2021, Council, my son and myself were looking for a house in Johannesburg. We found an estate agent, and I was in Mafikeng at the time. My son saw the house, my wife saw the house, only to find this was Mr. Mamela's house. In 2021, we bought it through an estate agent. In 2021, around November, December, we bought this house. I didn't meet Mr. Mamela at that time. He met with my family. I was still in Mafikeng. So for that time, we didn't meet. In about February 2022, there were some issues with the house, and there's a lot of things that needed some work, and he obviously knew the people who were dealing, obviously the contractors and the home entertainment center, the home entertainment system. We then reached out. Mr. Mamela came to the house. That was the first time I met him. He introduced himself. At that time, just introduced himself as Mr. Morgan Mamela. I then explained to him what the challenges with the house were. He was quite friendly and gentleman, and we then started engaging. He started helping me with the house, fixing up the repairs, sorting me out. And in that, we became friends from about 2022.
And have you had any business dealings with Mr. Mamela since you became friends?
Yeah, there were a few that we had some deals that were supposed to happen.
That were supposed to happen? Oh.
Yes, there was a deal that was supposed to take place.
And what did that deal concern?
It was into a mining operation, and a wash plant and a crushing plant with chrome.
And now, when you said Morgan sorted, you were referring to a payment of 500,000 rands for the benefit of Mr. Mamela.
That's right.
And that payment was to Lutaga Trading Enterprise.
That's right.
Who asked you to pay Mr. Mamela?
Mr. Matlala.
And who asked you to pay Mr. Mamela through Lutaga Trading Enterprise?
Mr. Mamela.
Mr. Mamela asked you to pay Lutaga Trading Enterprise?
Yes.
When did you speak to Mr. Mamela to receive that instruction?
It was before we got that payment. He'd already been talking to me, saying that he has spoken to Mr. Matlala, and that he asked Mr. Matlala that Mr. Matlala needs to pay him his money, and Mr. Matlala said to him he's busy talking to me.
And so, when were these conversations that you had with Mr. Mamela?
So sometime just before the payments, Feb. It's a few days before the payment.
And he said to you, Mr. Matlala owes me money.
Mr. Matlala approached me and said, look, I need you to pay Mr. Maumela. He wanted me to pay him a big amount, and I said, how do I pay him half of this money? It just doesn't make sense. I mean, you're not paying me, but now you want me to pay 750 of this money. He says, no, Mr. Maumela needs the money. Can you do this? I said, look, I can't do 750. And I then agreed to do 500 because we knew that there were more invoices coming, or he knew, I should say. Let me rephrase that. Mr. Matlala said to me, there's more invoices that are still owed to him, and then he will then top me up on the next payment. But in total, he wanted me to give Mr. Maumela 750,000.
So he wanted you to pay Mr. Maumela 750,000. Although you didn't have to pay Mr. Maumela anything, you agreed to pay 500,000.
Yes, at that time, I needed to keep, like I said, I needed to keep Kat happy, and I needed to make sure that on the next payment, I get another payment. So that was what I was looking to do. Keep Mr. Matlala happy, pacify him. I didn't want to make the payment, but he insisted, he asked me, please. So I thought if I don't do this payment, I might not get a payment on the next one.
And you said Mr. Maumela said that the payment should go to Lutaga.
Yes.
And when did he say that?
It was just after we got paid.
Just after you got paid?
Yeah.
So you got paid or you received proof of payment at 15:13 on the 4th of February. And at 15:17:21, you texted back, Morgan sorted. So did you call Mr. Maumela in those 4 minutes after you received proof of payment?
No, he knew the payment was in. Mr. Matlala informed him that the payment was in.
Yes, but he only informed Mr. Maumela at 15:13.
Which document are you referring to, Council?
If you go to page 535.
It's flagged as what, Mr. Johnson?
At 535, you see that the proof of payment is emailed from Mr. Matlala to Mr. Maumela at 15:13:19. A couple of seconds after, 7 seconds after it's emailed to you, WhatsApp to you.
Yes.
So between your receiving the proof of payment at 15:13:12 and your text to Mr. Matlala at 15:17 saying Morgan sorted, if you only called Mr. Maumela after you received proof of payment, then it would have had to have been in those 4 minutes.
Council, I said after we received payment from SAPS.
After you received payment from SAPS?
After Mr. Matlala received payment from SAPS, not me. After Mr. Matlala received his payment from SAPS.
Yes, but he received his payment from SAPS. If we go back to that payment screen, I think it was on the 4th of February was when payment was going to materialize. We can just...
I think it was on the 31st, somewhere there.
No, that's when the payment was processed. It arrived. So if you go back to that screen...
What page is that, Council?
It is page 6 of the evidence bundle.
File 1.
File 1, page 6. You see straddling pages 5 and 6, there's the screen, which has two dates. The one date is when payment is processed, and the other date is, I think, is when it's going to be deposited in an account, 31st January, 4th of February. But underneath, Mr. Matlala says, confirmed all chicks to be delivered 4 February tomorrow inshallah, and you say, sure, brother.
Yes, the payment reflected on midnight of the 4th.
Midnight of the 4th.
Yes.
So you then, at some stage, called Mr. Maumela to say, I'm ready to pay you.
Mr. Matlala informed him that he's going to be paid on that day. And that's when Mr. Maumela made contact and told me to pay him.
Yes, but I'm interested in when you spoke to him, because
It was in the day, like I said, after the payment.
yes, but and if I understood your evidence correctly, he was the one who said, don't pay me personally, pay Lutaga.
That was his instruction.
Right, and it came from him in a call on the 4th.
That's correct.
Now, this was not your first payment to Lutaga. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So if we go to page 499, and that's the bundle 2, file 2 of the evidence bundle.
Yes.
You'll see that between December 2023 and November 2024, Ziggy paid Lutaga 42,427,540. And prior to, over the period August 2024 to March 2025, Tamiz paid Lutaga 3,250,000.
Which 750 was from Mr. Matlala.
750 of these two Matlala payments?
Yes.
Yes. So the net payment from Tamiz to Lutaga was 2.5 million.
That's correct.
Mr. Chairperson, to assist with the transcription, can you just Lutaga's name, just spell it for the record?
Luthaga, Trading Enterprise. Now, why did Ziggy pay Lutaga 42,427,000 over the period December 2023 to November 2024?
Can I elaborate on that, Council? Can I elaborate?
Can you?
Elaborate, can I?
Please do.
Like I said, I met Mr. Maumela in 2022. We did a lot of work on my house together. We became friendly. Mr. Maumela was a gentleman. He was very helpful. Subsequent to that, we became friends. In about 2023, I was discussing a business idea with him going into a mining project, into a wash plant and a crusher plant with a mine. That was the idea that I had, which I shared with him. Mr. Maumela was quite keen on investing with me, and I said to him, okay, it's fine. If it makes sense and you feel it's good for you, we can go ahead and do this transaction. I then presented a business proposal to him. We then agreed we'll call this vehicle Chrome Core. So the vehicle was going to be called Chrome Core, and one of my entities would own 50% of it, and one of his entities would own 50% of the vehicle. We needed to raise money because obviously mining is quite cash intensive and it needs a lot of cash to operate. We then agreed we'd both each raise 50 million and 5 million capital. We agreed on that. Mr. Mamela then said to me, I said to him, look, I will raise my part, you go and raise your part. I then asked him, because he was taking a bit of time and I wanted to move with the project because this was my idea. He then said to me, he's going to sell an asset. Once he sells the asset, he'd be able to fund the project. I said, that's fine for me. How much time will it take? He gave me some timelines. And then subsequent to that, he had sold this asset. He then said to me the monies are going to be transferred into a lawyer's trust account. I don't know the name of the lawyer at that time. And then because Chromco was new and we didn't have a bank account, those monies will then be brought into Ziggy as his part of the project.
Sorry, Chromcore didn't have a bank account because it's new.
We were still in the process.
So the money that he makes from selling the asset is going to be paid over to Ziggy.
Yeah, it's going to come in as a loan into Ziggy.
And when was this?
This was happening in 2023, around, I should say, we started talking from about August, October, November. It was quite intensive because there was a lot of meetings, a lot of work. We needed to do a lot of presentations because there was a big amount of money for both parties. So we had to discuss it extensively.
But I still need to understand why Ziggy paid Lutaga 35 million in December 2020.
I'm getting to that, Council. So once the money got transferred to the lawyer's trust account, the money came to me. I was overjoyed now because I could start the project. Because
and what was the amount of money that came in, the full 50 million?
It was close to about 56, if I'm not mistaken, 56 million.
And just to clarify, that was 56 million that Mr. Mamela paid into the trust account? Or was 56 million?
He just said to me it was the sale of an asset. I don't know.
No, but you said once the money came in. The money that came in was Mr. Mamela's money. It wasn't your joint contributions.
No. That was his money.
And you estimate that amount at 56 million?
It was 56 million and some odd, yes.
Yes.
Subsequent to me receiving the funds, Mr. Mamela then approaches me and tells me that he's got challenges with his current house. He's paying penalties and he's losing R1 million a month on penalties with contractors. So if he could please take some of his money and complete his house, and then he'd bring back the funds so that he could continue with the project. For me, it was a slap in the face because I had committed. I needed to move with the project. I'd made commitments. Now Mr. Mamela is is telling me he needs to pull out of the deal. He needs to finish his house. It was his money, so he then asked for a refund and said once he's okay, he'll bring the money back. He then instructed me to pay these monies to Lutaga. And then I said to him, look, Mr. Mamela, you're in breach of contract now. I mean, I've committed. The project needs to start. You're now taking your funds. He said, no, I'll come back. I'll make a plan. The monies will come. I'm going to sell this. I'm going to sell that. And I had to refund that money.
So you said you pointed out to him he was in breach of contract. Were there written contracts in relation to this venture?
We had a two-pager that we drew up on that, but we shook hands on the 56, and we said, look, once the assets are bought, we'll then draw up a formal agreement. Once we buy the assets, once we put up the wash plant, once we put up the crusher, and once I bring the plant, the actual yellow metal will then draw up an agreement.
And did you have any lawyers involved at this stage of proceedings?
No, it was just me and Mr. Mamela for now.
And do you have a copy of that two-pager?
I'll have to check in my office. There was someone in my office, Council, that drew that up.
But that two-pager, as I understand it, regulated what would happen to 50 million rands of your money. You'd put in 50 million rands.
Sorry?
He put in 56, but you said you came up with the money, you put in 50 million too.
No, I said he put up and I had to put up.
Yes, but his was the 56, you had to put up your own 50.
Also 55.
55,
Yeah.
yes. That two-pager was going to govern what you could and couldn't do with 55 million rands of your money and what your right of recourse was against Mr. Mamela in respect of 56 million that he'd put in.
Yeah, it was just an agreement saying that we're going to start this venture. This is what we're putting in, and
Well, we'd like to see that agreement. Can I ask that you arrange to have a copy of that agreement sent through here? Doesn't have to be right now. But so he had put in 56 million.
correct.
And he said he wanted to pay contractors at his house because he was incurring penalties.
Correct.
And even though you had committed 55 million of your own money for this project, you decided, well, you'd give him that money back.
It's his money, Council. I could not hold on to that money. It's his money. The man said to me he needs it, and he gave me a commitment that in a couple of months he'd bring it back. To date, he never brought it back. He's still in breach. He didn't bring it back. I continue with the project without him. And now, because of that, I had to put up a wash plant, or I have to outsource washing and crushing, which is costing me more money.
And did you ever investigate why Lutaga was the vehicle that he wanted you to put the money into?
Subsequent to that, I then realized Mr. Mamela's got issues with SARS, and he's got some financial issues.
When did you realize that?
When I started asking him to bring his part of the money back.
And when was that?
That was 25 March, somewhere there, the following year.
Sorry, 20?
I have to just check on the payments. It was after the payments, a couple of months after the payments. Around Feb, March of 2024, Council.
Is it off?
March of 2024?
Yeah.
So you knew in March of 2024 that he had issues with SARS?
Yeah, I saw some stuff in the media. I was just reading some stuff.
What did you see in the media?
I read about preservation order, something to that effect, yeah.
Right. So you knew that he was subject to a preservation order from March 2024? Well, you knew from March 2024 he was subject to a
The
preservation?
following year, I knew that he was in a bit of trouble, yes.
Yes. So did you understand that he was asking for payments to be made to Lutaga because that way he could get around the preservation order?
No, I didn't know that.
Well, then why did you link the two together? Why did you...
He told me it's his sister's account, and he's got the controlling rights on the account, and the money needs to go there.
So he's got control of that account?
That's what he said to me, yes.
And it's his, although it's nominally his sister.
That's what he said to me, yes.
And so money that was owed to him, or that was his money, could be put in that account and escape the SARS preservation order that way?
I think this was before the SARS preservation order. The money was transferred before.
Sorry, the money was transferred before the
Yeah,
SARS preservation?
The ones in 2023. If I look at it here and I look at the preservation order, yes.
Yes, the 35 million that was transferred on the 12th of December was transferred just in advance of the preservation order. Of course, you didn't know about the preservation order at that
No,
stage.
I saw it now in my books.
But all of the money that Tamiz transferred, on your version, was transferred with full knowledge of the preservation order.
He asked me to transfer the money, I had to transfer the money.
And you knew at the time that he was subject to a preservation order from SARS?
Well, he just said to me, you can transfer it.
No, we've been through this already. You said that he explained to you that Lutaga was his sister's company, but
Yes.
that he could use the money there.
Yes.
And so that so what you were doing in making the 3.25 million payments from Tamiz to Lutaga, and at the very least, was circumventing a preservation order, is it not?
Chair, my learned friend is now going into territory we thought he was going to go into. Unless he can demonstrate how this links with the mandate of the Commission, these questions are unlawful.
Mr. Chairperson?
Chair, we are interested in the relationship between Mr. Matlala, Mr. Mamela, and this witness. We're interested in how the proceeds of crime move around between those witnesses. We know that Mr. Matlala, at the very least, had influence over certain people within the SAPS. We know that this witness held himself out as someone who had influence over certain people within the SAPS and indeed over the minister. We know also that Mr. Matlala and Mr. Mamela are alleged to have been involved in widespread tender fraud and corruption at the Tembiso Hospital alongside what we see in this case. We are at the very least entitled to investigate whether what we're looking at here is a criminal syndicate engaged in widespread tender fraud and also exercising influence over members of the SAPS. And that's where these questions go.
Chair, that is precisely the point. What you've not heard at all is that any of these funds came from any irregular or unlawful police contract. In fact, you've heard quite to the contrary. You've had loose statements like proceeds of crime. You've had a statement that Matlala and Mamela were involved in tender frauds in hospitals, and that exactly proves the point that this is beyond the scope of this commission. Our learned friend is asking this. We say it as a fishing expedition, and to try and embarrass this witness through matters that have got nothing to do with this commission. You will be better acquainted with your mandate than I am, and none of this comes within that. It's entirely outside the scope of this inquiry, and if this question or line of questioning is permitted, we submit that the Commission will be acting in a way that's contrary to the rule of law and the principle of legality.
At this stage, I will allow the line of questioning. If perhaps down the line submissions are, it's quite early on in the process, and we would prefer to see how matters unfold. We are not closing the window to the possibility of being addressed down the line as to whether, after it all, the evidence should be allowed in the sense of us being able to use it. But it is too late in the day at this stage for us to close the door. Please continue, Mr. Shaskalson.
Chair, may I just then
Yes.
register that my client is advised that he must answer these questions under protest, and on your assurance that if this is revisited, any answers that he gives will be struck and will be regarded as pro non scripta.
Yes, if in the end we make that order.
Thank you, Chair.
Yes, Mr. Shaskalson.
The question that you were asked to answer is, do you accept that the payments that were made by Tamiz to Lutaga were payments made to circumvent a SAPS preservation order operating against Mr. Mamela?
SAPS.
Sorry, a SARS preservation order against Mr. Mamela.
Look, I didn't know what was preserved by SARS. I had no idea what was preserved by SARS. Whether the sale was before or after, I was not aware. So when he asked me, I did it. I paid him his money. It was his money.
But your evidence was that he asked you, explaining that his assets were preserved, but that Lutaga was nominally his sister's company, and that you could pay into his sister's company and he would control the funds that went there.
I never said that he told me. He said he has problems with SARS. He never disclosed that he has a preservation order. He said to me he has problems with SARS.
So you weren't aware that there was a preservation order, is your version now?
I only saw the preservation
He said
order
he
from
read
your
in-
file.
He read in the media, he read certain things in the media.
We'll come back to this if we need to. The record will speak for itself in this regard. There are other questions I want to ask you in relation to Mr. Mamela.
Before you move on, Mr. Shaskalson, I don't know whether you are still to go back to the 500,000 that was paid to Lutaga.
Yes, we are going to go back
You're
to
going
that.
to come.
We are going to go
All
back
right,
to
let
that.
me wait then, perhaps.
For now, you say you read in the media that Mr. Mamela had problems with SARS.
In March,
March 2024.
yes.
Yes. Did you read in the same media that Mr. Mamela was alleged to have been involved in fraud at Tembisa Hospital and had been investigated by Babita Diakaran shortly before her murder?
Yes, I'm aware.
So you were aware that there were these allegations against,
Yes,
and you were aware of those allegations from March 2024.
yes.
Can we come back to the 500,000 that you pay Lutaga in February 2025?
Yeah, yes.
At this stage, February 2025, you've just been paid the first 1.5 million of 20 million that Mr. Matlala owes you. You're nodding? That's yes.
Yes, yes.
You are anxious that Mr. Matlala is way behind where he should be in paying you.
Yes,
You are aware that there are press reports of a preservation order against Mr. Mamela.
yes,
You are aware that there are press reports linking Mr. Maumela and Mr. Matlala to widespread fraud at Tembisa Hospital.
I was aware of that much, yes, at that time, yes.
You are aware that the same press reports link them to the possible murder of Babita Diakaran,
Yes, they were not charged for that, yes.
but there were press reports
Yes.
raising those allegations, right? Why in those circumstances did you choose to pay 500,000, 1/3 of what your first payment was, to Mr. Maumela?
Like I said, Council, before, Mr. Matlala put a lot of pressure. He wanted me to pay 750. And once I saw these newspaper articles, I did not want to get into their crosshairs. And when I looked at these articles, I said to Mr. Matlala, it's fine. I can't pay 750. What I'll do is I'll pay 500. I cannot do 750.
Why did you pay anything at all? This man owed you money, large amounts of it.
Yes, but there were more invoices coming, and he promised me that on the next payments, he'd do good and give me a top-up on that. So,
You understood yourself to have an agreement with Mr. Matlala that he would repay you 20 million rands out of invoices
over 3 years.
over 3 years.
Correct.
You were worried that he wasn't doing that.
Yes.
And yet you choose, when you first get paid, to give up 1/3 of your payment.
Yes, because we had another 20 million rand worth of invoices, or he had another 20 million rand of invoices that needed to go in for payment. And he promised to do good on that.
How did you know he had another 20 million rands worth of invoices?
He told me.
And what evidence did he provide in that regard?
He sent me the purchase orders, all these documents that, there's a whole lot of purchase orders that were here. That was proof that he had money still outstanding to him.
Those purchase orders, those long, long lists of purchase orders, were sent in April.
Yes, but he had not delivered on them.
He had not delivered on them?
I mean, these are previously to these purchase orders, he had more purchase orders. He had a lot of purchase orders. Mr. Matlala had a lot of purchase orders. Hence, in January, he needed more cash to deliver on those purchase orders.
Which purchase orders had he sent you by February when you chose to pay 500,000 to Mr. Maumela?
It was these that were going to come. He knew these were coming.
He may have known that they were going to come, but he hadn't sent them to you, had he?
No, we spoke about them.
You spoke about them. So Mr. Matlala told you, don't worry, I'm getting more purchase orders.
Yes.
And why did you not say to Mr. Matlala, you can pay Mr. Maumela out of your share of the
did
money
do
that is
that,
coming?
Council. I did. I on several occasions told him that he can pay him on his own. He just requested, and he just kept on asking, and then I agreed to do that.
Mr. Carrim, you don't strike me as someone who just lets business partners walk all over him if they request.
Mr. Chesterton, you raised a very important issue. You fingered these two individuals on a murder. You just said that a few minutes ago. So I read this in the media. Yes, I'm a businessman. Yes, I have a family. I have people to protect. I've got kids. At that moment in time, I did not know whether these rumors are true or not.
Well, that's an answer that I can accept, Mr. Carrim. But we'd have saved a lot of time if you had come up and set out with that answer right at the beginning. If your answer is you thought that you might be dealing with a murderer, so you didn't want to say no to him, well, then that's an answer I can accept. Is that your answer?
I'm saying alleged, you know. These stories were in the media. I'm not saying he is. I'm saying I read. So, yes, I was afraid of that.
So you're saying now that in addition to his asking and asking and asking as a reason for paying 500,000 to Mr. Mamela's chosen payee, Mr. Matlala's chosen payee, Mr. Mamela, you also had some misgivings that the media reports may be true and that you may need to say yes to protect yourself and your family.
Yes.
My concern about that answer is that all of these press reports we were talking about had been circulating broadly since April 2024. So why did you go into business with Mr. Matlala in June 2024 if you'd seen all of those reports?
Like I said, it was at the back of my mind. Now, when our own police, South African Police Service, that must be there to protect us, give Mr. Matlala a contract of 360 million rand, who am I to vet Mr. Matlala when our own police services awarded this man a contract of 360 million? So if he was that dodgy character, why would SAPS then award him a contract for 360 million?
Well, Mr. Carrim, I don't find that answer convincing either, because one of your recurrent refrains here is that Mr. Matlala is constantly looking for people who have connections within the SAPS and within the ministry to exercise influence over his contract.
Chair, I might be mistaken. I don't recall this witness giving that evidence.
Yes, I didn't.
Sorry. You believed...
Oh, Mr. Chaskowson, you...
I'll rephrase it. I'll rephrase it. You believed that if Mr. Matlala thought that you could influence the SAPS and you could influence the minister, you would be more likely to pay you.
I did say that. But clearly Mr. Matlala was much more connected in the SAPS than me.
Yes, but the corollary of believing that Mr. Matlala was interested in people who could influence the police must have been a suspicion that Mr. Matlala was looking to manipulate processes within the police and the ministry.
Counsel, you'll have to ask him about that. I can't comment on him.
Yes, but in response to your answer that you were reassured that the police themselves had given Mr. Matlala this contract, so you felt, notwithstanding the reports, that you could go into business with him. I want to put to you that you should have anticipated that there was a possibility that Mr. Matlala had manipulated the processes within the police.
I was not part of that process, Counsel.
I'm not saying that you were part of that process. I'm saying you should have anticipated that he was part of that process.
Counsel, when someone brings you an appointment letter, you don't question the appointment letter. I did not know if there was anything untoward done in that process. I didn't know.
And not only do you enter into a contract with him, or you enter into an agreement with him, but you advance him 10 million rands without a written contract. Why did you do that?
There was a draft agreement set in place. There was a funding agreement set in place. We'd agreed that the funding agreement would be signed after the SLA.
This is the first time you've mentioned this draft funding agreement. Does a copy of this thing still exist?
Yes.
Again, I'd ask that that gets sent through to the Commission. But I come back to my earlier question. Are you in the habit of advancing 10 million rands to relative strangers without any written agreement, never mind any security?
At that moment in time, when I met Mr. Matlala, we drew up the agreements. He had the award letter. We then agreed that I'd nominate someone to get onto the bank from my office, which we did, just so that we could get the SLA and then get the funding agreement signed. So we appointed someone from my office onto the bank for notifications as security for releasing funds.
Sorry, you appointed someone?
Yes, from my office. Mr. Matlala allowed me to bring someone and nominate them onto the bank account.
Onto the bank account of Medicare 24?
Correct.
Why hadn't you mentioned that earlier?
We're talking about it now, Council.
That's not my question. Why hadn't you mentioned it earlier?
You're asking about an agreement or any security, so I had someone on the bank account.
You were asked to explain your relationship with Medicare 24. Did you not think it was relevant to know that you had someone with signing powers over their bank account?
It was not signing powers, Council. So it was just notification for the initial stage.
Sorry, notification?
Meaning he's appointed, so any funds coming in, any funds going out, we'd get the notifications of that.
Yes. And who was that person?
Mr. Ziad Khair.
Can you spell that?
Z-I-Y-A-A-D.
Mr. Ziad who?
Khair. K-H-A-I-R.
And he received notification of all movements on the account of Medicare 24.
Yes, let me elaborate, Council.
Please do.
We appointed Mr. Khair on the bank account. That lasted not more than a month. Mr. Khair was removed. I then contact Mr. Matlala and ask him.
Removed by whom?
You know, I called, it had to be removed by the owner of the account, obviously. I then call him and ask him what's going on. He then says to me, look, I need someone else. I need an accountant. Can you get me an accountant? Can you get me a CV of someone that's capable? I agree. I then call a friend of mine from Polokwane, Mr. Faik Mohammed.
Please spell the name.
F-A-A-I-Q. And then Mohammed. Mr. Faik comes with his CV. He goes to Medicare 24. He has a meeting with Mr. Matlala and Mr. Van Wyk. They then agree to appoint him on their board, which is every Monday, bi-weekly. Mr. Faik must attend these meetings, and they would then remunerate him. They pay him for these services. We agree, Mr. Faik gets appointed. They agree on a remuneration. Mr. Faik sits on this board every Monday for invoicing. That lasts for a month again. Mr. Faik doesn't get paid, he gets removed. He just doesn't get invited to meetings again. Call Mr. Matlala again, he says, no, you know, Mike's got this problem, Mike's got that problem, Mr. Van Wyk's got this problem, but from all the correspondence between Mr. Mohammed and the board, Mr. Mohammed was doing his work. There's chats between Mr. Mohammed and the board of Mr. Mohammed's work that he has to do. But Mr. Mohammed was also removed and not paid. When I raised this with Mr. Matlala, he kept on saying, no, we'll sort it out. And at that time, events were getting up to us because now I'm not getting paid. I'm not getting paid. My people are getting removed. I'm putting pressure on him to pay. He needs to deliver. And I want him to sign the funding agreement. He kept on saying, yes, we'll sign the agreement, get the SLA. I finally get a copy of the SLA. I call him, and he kept on saying, we'll get the funding agreement signed. But the funding agreement never got signed.
Again, this is new information for us, so I just want to get a few particulars. When was Mr. Ziad Khair put on to notifications, and when was he removed?
Council, sometime in July, early July, I think
Was that his appointment or his removal?
his appointment.
And he was removed approximately a month later.
I think a month later, yes.
And Mr. Mohammed was then notionally appointed to the board. Would that have been in August?
No, much later.
Much later.
Yeah,
So there was an interregnum period when you had nobody.
August, he submitted his CV around August, September, somewhere around there he submitted his CV.
And you say he lasted on the board approximately a month.
Yeah, just over a month. He attended a few meetings and they never called him back for any other meetings.
So when was he nominally on the board, if you were to give us a start date and an end date?
September, sometime mid-September to October. I'd have to check.
So September, October is what you're looking at?
Yeah, I speak under correction, Council. I need to check this.
Please do, and maybe overnight if you can get us some exact dates on those. And if I understood you correctly, although Mr. Matlala had asked for Mr. Mohammed to be there, he effectively gave Mr. Mohammed no access to the affairs of the company.
He did have some access in the beginning. He did. He did have some access in the beginning.
What did you understand that access to be?
From what I understood, he would have some access into the banking system of Medcare 24. I speak under correction, but he had some access into the system of Medcare 24 or the banking.
So he could look to a certain degree into transaction records.
Yes, I
is
think.
what you understood.
Yes.
But then possibly in October, that access was removed.
Yeah, I'm not sure of the dates, but he was also removed. We just have to get
Yes.
the correct timelines on the dates, yes, but he was removed.
And after his removal, was there anybody else who was given access at your instance?
I asked, but nothing was done.
Were you not at this stage starting to get rather suspicious of your business partner?
Yes, I was.
So by the end of October, you are concerned that your business partner is not only someone who's alleged to have been involved in tender fraud and possibly murder, but he's also someone who seems not to want to give you access to his accounts.
Yeah, we just have to get the dates correct. It could be later in October. So.
And in that context, would it be fair to say that the only reason, or that the primary reason why you paid 500,000 rands to Mr. Mamela at the instance of Mr. Matlala was that you were scared?
Yes.
And there was one further payment.
Before you move on, Mr. Chairperson, I hear that you say you were scared, but I'm interested to know if you ever asked Mr. Matlala why he had not paid the 750,000 directly to Mr. Maumela. Why did he want this to be done through you or by you?
Yes, Commissioner, I asked him on several occasions that, why don't you just pay him yourself from Medcare 24? He just said, no, he can't do it from Med 24. He has to do it by me. I must help him, please. He can't do it from Med 24. But I said, you have signing powers on Med 24. You just have to process it from Med 24. But he kept on insisting that I do it from my vehicle.
That doesn't make sense to me. Did it make sense to you?
At that time, Council, it didn't make sense. Hence, I'm saying I continued to say to him, I can't do this. He continued to persist and say, please help me.
And moving on to the removals of the two people you referred to, you may have dealt with it. You'll tell me if you've done so already. What exactly were the reasons given for the removal of your two people?
Commissioner, on the first one, he just said to me, no, he needs someone that has more accounting experience. It's just not anybody, admin person. So I said, okay, that's fine, that's justifiable.
But this was more for you and not for him. It was you that wanted to see the flows into and out of the account. It was
Correct.
not for his benefit, so it doesn't make sense to me that he should have insisted on somebody that has accounting knowledge. So can you make me understand? I just don't.
Yeah, I asked him, why must this person be removed? Why do you need someone that's got accounting experience? He then explained to me, no, this person now that's got the accounting experience needs to sit on his Monday meeting, board meetings, where actual invoices are discussed that must go in and follow the trail of payment. So he needed someone that had knowledge, accounting knowledge. That was his reason.
But for your purposes, I mean, you were satisfied to see that money had flown in, money was going out or had gone out. You were satisfied with
I was
that,
satisfied with that, Council.
which is why you had set that system up in the first place, not so?
Correct. I was satisfied with that.
So for you, what you said must have been unacceptable if you were happy with what you had set up, correct?
I did raise my concerns. I did say to him, there's no reason to remove this guy.
No. I'm asking you, you were satisfied with what you had set up, correct?
Yes.
So why did you allow him to tell you about the need for someone with accounting knowledge? Why did you agree to that?
He has overall powers on that account, so even if I stage my protest, he can remove that person.
I understand that. That's something else altogether. But about you, why did you agree to that? Because what you had set up was satisfactory for your purposes.
I didn't agree. I didn't agree, but he still removed the person.
But did you reason with him?
Yes.
Along the right lines?
I tried to reason. He had already removed the person and then requested another person.
All right, now he's got, or you've given him someone with accounting knowledge, and why was that one removed?
When I went back to him, he said, Mr. Van Wyck's got issues with this guy. I said, can you give me proper, what are the issues? Because this guy works under Van Wyck, and he's not a problem. He's not a troublesome person. He's a young man. He knows what his job is. He knows what he must do. So somehow or the other, he said to me, Mr. Van Wyck didn't like Mr. Mohammed. Didn't take a liking for Mr. Mohammed.
Were you told what problems Mr. Van Wyck had with him?
Yeah, he said Fike is always late for meetings, but when I talked to Fike, he's always on time. He was at the meetings regularly. He was on time. He was at the meetings regularly.
Oh, thank you.
Mr. Carrim, so this loan is advanced in June. In fact, the first payment, according to your statement, is on the 26th of June. You need to speak up for
Yes,
that.
yes, Commissioner.
Yes. So the first person that you appointed to be a co-signatory to the account that you nominated to the account, they would have been appointed when and removed when? You said for about a month.
July.
So they were removed in July.
No, he was appointed end of June, beginning of July. And we'll just have to check, but
Yes.
there is records, definitely.
Okay. And immediately after they were removed, another one was appointed, Mr. Mohammed was
Yes.
appointed. And you
Mr.
say
Mohammed was appointed at Medcare 24, at the offices.
on the board.
Yes.
So he's not a signatory, he's not a signatory to the account.
We need to check what access he had. I'm sure we can find out what access he had and to what extent was his access, yes.
Yes. My interest really is, you've put in 10 million rand into this business or this transaction. Well, it's into the business. What they do with it is to service. That's what you say. Mr. Matlala said to you he needed it to service the tender, but it is into the business Medicare. You've put in 10 million. You expect a return of 10 million rand, so a total of 20 million rand. How is it that you accept that the people that you have nominated, so that they are your eyes, you say they are there to see as money comes in, so that they're your eyes. When they are removed, you leave it be. That's the end of the matter. How do you explain that?
No, it wasn't end of the matter, Council. I insisted that I need explanations as to why these people are removed, first of all. And I said to him, it's unacceptable. I said to him, we had an agreement. And when he removed Mr. Fike, I mean, there was not an altercation, but we exchanged some harsh words. He did not even remunerate Mr. Mohammed for the services that he produced. He didn't pay me. I said to him, but it's not fair. We had an agreement. And then I kept on insisting that I need to put Mr. Mohammed back onto this board. He said to me, no, when he restructures the board, Mike is, as the CEO, Mike will now step aside and Mr. Mohammed can come back.
Did he come back, Mr. Mohammed?
We tried on many occasions. Mr. Mohammed has messages between himself and people that were sitting on the board, kept on asking them, when can I come? Send me the link. Can you send me the link for the meetings? Nothing transpired out of
Yes,
it.
so at some point, Mr. Mohammed stops being on this board, and that's really what I would like to get to. At which point does he stop being on this board, and you do not, after that, you have no representative on this board where
It
you
was
put in a
around,
huge investment
December, end of December,
of 2024?
yes.
Okay, so beyond December 2024, you no longer have a representative on this board?
No.
Okay. Now, if Mr. Mohammed was on the board up to December 2024, why would you need to ask Mr. Mkhotsi about payments coming in? Because you've got somebody there, you've got a representative on the board who knows about what's happening in the company. Why would you need Mr. Mkhotsi to tell you whether payments are being made or not?
Commissioner, Mr. Mohammed has access to the med system. He knows
He's got access to?
to the Medicare system. When I was asking Brown about payments, Brown Mkhotsi, that was from when Mr. Matlala said payments are in. That was from the SEP system. Mr. Mohammed didn't have access to the SEP system. He only had access to Medicare system.
I understand that. I'm asking you a different question. You would have known or should have known through your person in Medicare that payments, remember what you say in your statement, is Mr. Mkhotsi is not paying, Mr. Matlala is not paying you, you're getting nervous, it's now December and you're not receiving any payment. You then ask Mr. Mkhotsi whether Mr. Matlala is getting work, that's the first thing you say, and then two, whether he's receiving payments. You ask Mr. Mkhotsi that, who's not in SAPS, so he will go to his contact. But you have a person inside. It doesn't make sense to me that you would have a person inside and you don't say to that person, are payments coming in? Is this company getting work?
Yes, I had that information. We knew there was, but we were not getting paid. The only person that could check if we're not getting paid was Mr. Mkhotsi.
No, your statement says you asked Mr. Mkhotsi to find out whether Mr. Matlala is receiving work and whether he's getting payments. That's what you say in your statement.
Yes, Commissioner, I did do that.
It's exactly that I'm querying with you, that why would you ask Mr. Mohotsi for that kind of information when you have a person inside the company?
I had a person in the company, but his access was limited to invoicing only. That's all he could see. He could see an invoice, and when the invoice would go in, that's all.
But he's a board member, I think you've told us that he's a board member.
He's not a board member as such. He sat on the finance board,
Yes.
a finance board.
So you're saying he wouldn't, did you ask him, maybe let's take it one step at a time. You either asked him and he did not give you satisfactory answer, and you can explain why he doesn't give you satisfactory answers, that's why you go to Mr. Mohotsi, or you never asked him, and in your statement you just speak about Mr. Mohotsi. You say, I got anxious and I asked Mr. Mohotsi to check his work coming in, which I would be surprised if your man didn't know that work is coming in. 2, is he getting paid? I'm surprised that your man doesn't know that.
His main function was only invoices. He sat on the finance board. They would have a bi-weekly meeting where he'd just deal with invoices going in. So he would never know when payments will come, where's the payment stuck. At that time, payments were stuck. Hence, Mr. Mohotsi checked for us where the payments are.
But he would know that work is coming in.
Well, he'd see invoices.
Okay. All right. The second question that I have about this payment, the Tamiz payment, in total, how much did Tamiz receive from Medicare?
The net payment was 1750.
What do you mean when you say the net payment? Is there significance to you using the word net?
No, I'm just saying the final amount that I received was 1,750,000.
That's the total amount that
Yes.
was received. And then you then loaned Mr. Matlala 500.
No,
What did you do?
Commissioner. In total, I received 2.5.
Yes, that's what I wanted to understand.
Yes.
Yes.
And on the request of Mr. Matlala on the 2 payments, I gave 500 and then 250. That's hence Tamiz has a net of 1750.
Okay. So you loaned Mr. Matlala?
No.
the 750.
That money was Mr. Matlala's money. He asked me that I'm paying you. Can you please advance this money to Mr. Maumela on my behalf?
So he used you as a conduit to pay Mr. Maumela? Because if you say it was his money, then it was not a payment to Tamiz, I think is the name of the company. If you say that money from the get-go, when he gave it to you, the 750 at the outset was never meant to be.
No, that was my money. That was my money. He then requested me to say, can you please, from this monies, take 750, give it to Mr. Maumela, and I'll make good for this money on the next payment that comes in.
Yes, that's exactly what I'm trying to clear with you. You either were paid 2.5, and then Tamiz was paid 2.5 million, and then you lent Mr. Matala the 750 by paying it to Mr. Maumela, but it's a loan to Mr. Matala because you don't have a loan agreement with Mr. Maumela. It's either that,
Yes.
or no, let me finish because you said 2 different things. Or from the get-go, 750 was never meant to be yours. You were paid the difference between 2.5 and 750. The difference was yours. The other bit you were given to pass on to Mr. Maumela. You have to choose which one it is.
I was given 2.5
Yes.
and told to pay 750 to Mr. Maumela.
Okay.
So I received a payment of 1750.
Okay. So you were being a conduit, really, for Mr. Matlala.
Yeah, he asked me to pay and I paid, yes.
I'm asking the nature of that transaction. It's important for me to understand the nature of that transaction. Either you were paid the company was paid 2.5 million and then it loaned 750.
Commissioner,
to
I was
Mr.
explaining.
No, let me finish, because it's important that you clarify to me. So let me ask my question, and then you can clarify my difficulty. You get Tamiz gets 2.5 million paid to it. It's either that's a repayment to the company, all of it belongs to this company. And then Mr. Matlala says, you know what, I need to give Mr. Maumela 750, won't you please help me out, right? And then you help him out. So it's now a loan that Tamiz is making to Mr. Matlala. That's one scenario. The other scenario is you knew and understood as you got the 2.5 million that only 1.75 belongs to Tamiz. The balance is Mr. Matlala asking you to be the conduit to get this money to Mr. Maumela. It's one of the two. So I'm
No,
asking you to
it's
say
the first one.
which one of the two is it?
It's the first one.
Okay, so you
Commissioner.
advanced a loan to Mr. Matlala after.
And
in
he
fact-
was going to, on the next payment,
Yes.
he then said, I'll do good and sort you out, I'll top it up for you. That's exactly what he said.
Okay. So Tamiz would have a record that shows it has loaned Mr. Matlala or Medicare that 750,000. You nodding?
Yes, yes.
Thank you.
Just one question from me. Were you ever a shareholder of Medicare 24?
No, Commissioner.
So what entitled you to appoint people to its subcommittees or its board, either Mr. Kerr or Mr. who's the other person, Mr. Faik Mohammed?
It's not an official board. It was just the finance board, but it was on the request of Mr. Matlala, not me.
And was it for the purposes of looking after your interests in Medicare 24?
Correct.
But it was informal, it was nothing formal.
We'd have to check if they gave him something. I can check if they gave him some sort of correspondence.
Okay, I'm leaving it there for now.
Can I just clarify something? This Tamiz loan now, this money, the 750 to Mr. Matlala, who asks that it be paid to Mr. Maumela. To whom is the loan made? Is it to Medicare or is it now to Mr. Matlala by
No, it
Tamiz?
should be Medicare.
So it's a loan to Medicare, the 750. All right, thank you.
Mr. Carrim, I'm a bit confused. I want you to clear my mind. A few questions earlier, when you were engaged by Commissioner Baloyi, you said the 500,000 was Mr. Matlala's money. Do you remember saying that?
Yeah. What I said, Council, is that I received 2.5. 500, Mr. Matlala said, or the money that I was going to pay, he said to me, meaning Mr. Matlala, meaning Medicare's money. If I say Mr. Matlala, it's Medicare's money, because the money came from Medicare. He said to me, pay this monies for me, and on the next payment, I will then reimburse you and I'll top it up for you.
Yes. Okay, let's take it at the level of it being Mr. Medicare's money then. If you say it not necessarily Mr. Matlala's, my confusion is still not cleared. Responding to the very last question by Commissioner Baloyi, you said it was now a loan to Medicare. Which is which?
It's a loan
Because
to them.
if it was Medicare's money, you couldn't loan Medicare its own money. Can you please clarify your statements? Or are you withdrawing your earlier statement that it was Medicare's money? It cannot be both.
The money came from Medicare 24.
That I understand.
Mr. Matlala is the director of Med 24.
That too I understand.
So I'm saying it's his money, or it's his money.
No, once paid to you and is now in your hands. That was the context in which Commissioner Baloyi was asking you. The money has now been paid to you or to this entity, and it's now in this entity's hands. And it's in that context that you earlier said that it was I will no longer say Mr. Matlala's money. I will say it was now Medicare's money. It was Medicare's money.
Yes, so Medicare, in terms of the loan, still owes me that 750,000.
Now, how could it be? How could it continue being Medicare's money when it was now in Tammy's hands? How could it continue being Medicare's money?
Because Mr. Matlala initially wanted me to pay 750,000 of the whole 1.5 million, which I refused.
That doesn't answer my question.
I'm trying to get to.
Please get to an answer.
So, when he gave me the money, he said to me, "This is the money. You give Mr. Maumela 750, and on my next payment, Medcare will then do good and give you back your 750."
That doesn't answer my question, which is, once the money has been paid to Tammy's, so it's in Tammy's hands, how does it continue being Medicare's money? That is my question. And what you've just said does not answer that question.
When we agreed on how much he's going to pay, he said to me, "I'm paying you 750 on your payments because I want you to give Mr. Maumela money." So he said, I'm increasing. I said, "But it still doesn't make sense, Mr. Matlala, because in terms of our agreement, you need to pay me 10% of invoices that were paid. For example, if they invoice 1 million, he must pay me 100,000.
And if to you it was as good as Medicare's money, how could you have retained the 200,000 if Mr. Matlala had said pay 750?
No, I refused to do it on the first payment.
Sorry?
I refused to do it on the first payment. He wanted me to actually take half of the first payment and pay the full 750.
According to your responses, it's Medicare's money anyway, so why retain the 200,000?
Why would I?
According to you, it was Medicare's money anyway, according to the responses you've given.
The 750.
Let me finish. So how could you retain the 200,000?
I didn't retain 200,000.
You did not pay the 750, you paid 500,000.
Yes,
You
because
paid
I
500.
said to him he needed to pay me
So you
extra.
actually retained 250. Yeah, please respond.
He initially, that first payment needed to be 2 million. He reduced it to 1.5. And he said, "Pay Morgan 750. I said, "No." He then said, "Okay, what can you give him?" I said, "I can give 500 from here, and on the next payment, I'll give another 250.
All right, thank you. I'll leave it there.
There is one issue about this arrangement that I just don't understand, which is Mr. Maumela owes you money. Sorry, Mr. Matlala owes you money. He says he also owes Mr. Maumela money. He needs money to get to Mr. Maumela. Why couldn't he just pay the money to Mr. Maumela himself? Why did he ask you to receive 1.5 million and pay 500,000 to Mr. Maumela? Did he ever explain that to you?
I kept on asking him, and I kept on insisting, and I refused on several occasions. And then Mr. Maumela started calling me, because Mr. Matlala gave him a commitment that I'll pay him. So now both of these guys were calling me, putting pressure on me to pay this monies. And I said, "Look," I said to Mr. Maumela, "you need to talk to Mr. Matlala about this. I can't talk to you about it because the money is coming from Ed. You need to talk to him." But they both kept on putting me under pressure to pay this money.
No, I can understand that Mr. Matlala says to you, "Look, I've got lots of people to pay. I owe you 1.5 million. I'm only going to pay you 750, or I'm only going to pay you 1 million, and I'm going to pay the rest to Mr. Maumela, who I also owe." I can understand that. But on what basis did he say to you, I'm going to pay you the 1.5 million, but you must then pay 500,000 to Mr. Mamela? How did he explain it?
He said to me that he's loaning Mr. Mamela this money. Mr. Mamela needs the money. It's quite urgent. It's quite urgent. He needs the money for an urgent matter. He then mentioned mother, sister.
Sorry,
heard a
Mr.
whole-
Carrim, I think we're talking past each other. I've understood the issue that Mr. Mamela needs the money. But if Mr. Mamela needs the money, why did it have to pass through the Tamiz accounts? Why wouldn't Mr. Matlala pay it direct? And why didn't you, and did you ever ask him, if you want to pay Mr. Mamela, pay Mr. Mamela?
I've said that to the commissioners. I told him several times, you need to pay Mr. Mamela yourself. He just kept on insisting that I must do it.
And why? Did he ever offer you an explanation?
No explanation. He was just adamant, just adamant.
You see, what worries me here, and I do need to put this to you, is that at the end of the day, unless something dramatic happens with witnesses who are still to come, the position of the evidence leaders, at the very least, will be that the payments coming out of the SAPS contract were proceeds of crime. Don't know if you are aware of this, but SAPS cancelled that contract on grounds of fraud and corruption. And we've already seen some evidence of corruption, and our investigators have seen others. Now, if the payments coming out of the contract are proceeds of crime, there are issues of money laundering that arise. And I want to put to you a series of factors that you need to consider. And then I'm going to ask you if there's anything that you want to say in response to that. So the various factors, and I'll run through them. You don't have to, I'll tell you where I'm going all the way to the end so that you can understand the question. I don't want to be unfair on you. The first is that we know that SAPS cancelled the contract on grounds of fraud and corruption. The second is that you knew that Mr. Matlala had access to people inside SAPS who would furnish him with payment screens and other internal SAPS documents. The third is that you knew that Mr. Matlala wanted your assistance inter alia because he thought you had access to people inside SAPS and the minister who could influence matters relating to his contract. The next factor is that you knew Mr. Matlala was reported as having been involved in widespread tender fraud at Tembisa Hospital. You also knew that he was alleged to have been involved in the murder of Babita Diakaran, who was trying to expose that fraud. Now, if the contract was in fact procured by fraud and corruption, then the proceeds of that SAPS Medicare 24 contract are proceeds of crime. And that raises an issue under Section 5 of POCA, the Prevention of Organized Crime Act. What Section 5 says is that a person commits a criminal offense, a money laundering offense, if they ought reasonably to have known that certain amounts were proceeds of crime, and if they conclude a transaction which is likely to have the effect, and I'm quoting, of concealing or disguising the nature, source, location, disposition, or movement of those proceeds, or any interest which anyone may have in respect thereof. Now, one of the many issues which this Commission is going to have to consider at the end of the day is whether to recommend money laundering prosecutions under Section 5 of POCA against either yourself, Mr. Matlala, or Mr. Mamela, arising to the payments that were sent to Lutaga via Tamiz. And in fairness to you, I think you need to be given an opportunity to say what you have to say, to persuade the Commission why it shouldn't make that recommendation, why it shouldn't regard the channeling of Medicare 24 payments and proceeds to Lutaga via Tamiz as a contravention of the money laundering offence in Section 5 of POCA. So is there anything you would want to say in that regard?
Council, I had not done this with any intention of committing any fraud. I just got caught in a web of people. I was just doing my business as a businessman. I looked at opportunities. I saw these opportunities. I took them. Yes, obviously I made a bad choice after. But I'm saying at no point did I ever want to be part or promote any of these that you are raising. And for me, these were business transactions. I went into business. I thought I was doing it with honorable people. And yes, maybe it was not the case, but at no point did I ever want to be part of any wrong that was being happening. As far as the SEPS contract is concerned, when he brought me these letters, I never knew that there was underhand stuff done there. So once you have an appointment letter, all processes were followed. For me, it was a business transaction. I looked at the opportunity. I saw the opportunity. As a businessman, I took the opportunity. Yes, I should have picked up my guard when my people were being removed and not removed. But at that point, I was already into the contract. I needed to salvage something. I needed to grab onto something, my money. For me, I just wanted to get my money. And at some point, I even said to Mr. Matlala, if I could just get my capital back and you continue with this, because this is not going to work for me. We're struggling to get payments. You keep on complaining. You keep on having issues. I can't do this. And obviously, with the Brown Mkhotsi issue, it just became too much. But yes, that's what I have to say.
Can I ask another question in relation to these to the periods where you had some sight of financial affairs inside Medicare 24?
Mr. Chairperson, I had wanted to just clarify some facts about this Tamiz payment. Can I do that now, or you'd rather go where you're going with that?
Certainly,
moving
Commissioner.
too far from
In fact, what I was going to do with, what I was going to ask Mr. Carrim to do, and I actually forgot, was to locate those payments for you so that you actually understand when the payments were made, when the payments and the like. If that would be helpful, I can do.
Please do that, because that's what I wanted to clarify.
Sorry, Mr. Carrim, we have done this right at the beginning, but I'm going to ask you to do it again. Can we just clarify that the first payment from Medicare to Tamiz was a 1.5 million payment on the 4th of February 2025?
Yeah.
On the same day, Tamiz paid 500,000 to Lutaga.
Yeah.
Chair, we have this in the bundle. Perhaps we can just follow it in the bundle. Can the witness be taken to the document in the bundle
Sorry, document?
that you're referring to, which shows the payment?
Oh, yes, it's pages 473 and sorry, let me get a.
And is that file 2 of 2?
That is file 2 of 2.
That's on 469.
I have 473, I have. I mean, There is a table of payments from Tamiz to Lutaga elsewhere in the bundle, but the specific payments that we're talking about are on bank statements that are on 473 to begin with.
Are you there, Mr. Carrim?
Yes.
Sorry.
Page 500, is that the summary you're looking for?
500 is a summary of all payments to Lutaga from Tamiz. The last two payments of those, 4th of February and 22nd of March, are the two payments that come out of Medicare payments. Is that correct, Mr. Carrim?
Yes.
And the Medicare, that's page 500, and the Medicare payments in question are the 1.5 million payment on the 4th of February, which is page 473,
Yeah.
and a second payment of 1 million, which was made on the 17th of March, which inexplicably is not included in the bundle because the relevant bank statement jumps from the 21st of February to the 22nd of March. So, but I think it's common cause that that is the second payment on the 17th of March. What we can do is we can just make the missing, it's a single page bank statement, we can make that available to Mr. Carrim and his legal team if they need it.
And ask my question, the clarification that I wanted. So you paid Mr. Maumela from the very first payment that you got from Mr. Matlala?
Yes.
Excuse me?
Yes.
That's what you did. Now, and you explained that you paid because Mr. Matlala and Mr. Maumela were putting you under pressure. They kept calling, make payment. And do I recollect your evidence properly?
Yes.
All right. Now, if you look at, we're back to the WhatsApp messages, and I just want to locate your evidence in these WhatsApp messages. So at page 5, starting at page 5, but it overlaps to the next page of those messages, is that screenshot that shows payments will be made. And then Mr. Matala says to you, you can send account number. You see where I'm reading?
Yeah.
Okay, at page 6. And then at page, at the bottom, something is sent to you. And then at page 7, right at the top, you say received. This is on the 4th at 15:13. You see that, received. Yeah. As I understood it, you were confirming received payment. Yes. Okay. And then that is at 15:13. Then you have a call again at 15:13 still, and the next time you say Morgan is sorted, it's 15:17. At which point do you say Mr. Matlala and Mr. Maumela were each calling you, pressuring you to pay?
No, this was before these payments came, before he paid me.
Yes.
We were talking on not exactly on this day. I'm saying before the payment come, Mr. Maumela was putting pressure on Mr. Matlala. At the same time, Mr. Matlala then says to him, he must call me. He was calling me as well. I said, the payment's not there. There's no money yet. I can't pay if there's no money.
But why would Mr. Matlala say he must call you when he knows you don't have payment yet? It doesn't make sense.
Yes, but he kept on telling him that. He said, no, speak to Carrim, speak to Carrim. And then Morgan would call me and say, when is the payment happening? When is the payment happening? Because Morgan, Matlala said to Morgan, I have the inside information, supposedly. So that's why Morgan kept on calling, when is the money coming? I need the money. When is the money coming? I need the money.
So even before you received payment, you had agreed?
They knew already that payment is coming.
Yeah, I'm asking a different question. Even before you received payment, even before Tamiz received payment from Medicare, you had already agreed that it would work this way, this scheme would work, you would pass on money to Mr. Matlala, to Mr. Maumela?
Yes,
Even
the
before
discussion
you received
started.
payment?
Yes, the discussion started before the payment came in. They were putting pressure before the payment. They wanted to convince me before the money comes in. They wanted to convince me that I must pay this money.
So your answer is, before the money came in, there was already an agreement that
Yes.
you're going to do this? All right, thank you.
Mr. Carrim, I just want to deal with the issue of that limited period where you had people with some sight into Medicare accounts. And your rough estimate of that period is July, August 2024, and then again, possibly the month of September, maybe spilling into October.
Under correction, might be October or November, December. We just need to, yeah.
Sure. Did anyone ever report to you that payments have started to flow? And I want to play open cards with you because
Yes, they did tell me payments were coming in. At that time, Mr. Matlala didn't want to pay me. He then said to me, he's just trying to recoup some of his investment that he'd already put into the site establishment. So he was already getting paid, yes.
So you knew he was already getting paid, but you essentially cut him some slack?
Well, he asked for a breather, yes, for 1 or 2 payments, just to recover.
And were you aware that the payments continued from September all the way through each month until the first time that you got paid at the end of January, well, you got paid in February in respect of payments that were authorized at the end of January?
No.
So you knew that some payments were being made, you didn't know, and
all, yeah.
You didn't know all of them, and at what point, well, you can't tell me at this stage because you need to get specific dates, but you'll give us those dates tomorrow.
Yes.
As to when you were, as to when you lost sight of movements on the Medicare accounts. Chair, I'm about to move to another topic, and I'm mindful of the fact that Mr. Carrim and his legal team are wanting to break the fast, and so I don't want us to run past 4. I'm in your hands. I can continue, but then we will be stuck overnight in the middle of a subject.
Can we proceed until 4 p.m., Mr. Bana?
How long is the next topic likely? Our learned friend indicates he won't finish the topic.
My guess is we're looking probably at about half an hour, but I can't be sure.
Without binding him, how long does he think he'll be tomorrow? If we adjourn now, we likely...
No, we will certainly finish tomorrow.
My co-commissioner has a few questions. Let's see how far that goes.
I certainly will not take 30 minutes. Just a few clarifications. Mr. Carrim, this you say that I'm trying to understand the nature of your relationship or interaction with Mr. Matlala before you advanced this 10 million rand to Medicare. And in your statement, this is how you describe it. You say at paragraph 6, at some stage, to the best of my recollection, during June 2024, I received a telephone call from Mr. Matlala requesting a meeting with me. I know Vusi as we both operate in the private sector, in the private security sector. I'm director, and you name your company, Fusion Tactical Team, there. Where you say, and then the next, and that's what really makes me want to ask you this question, you say, prior to this, to the best of my recollection, I had no engagement, relationship or dealings with Vusi beyond knowing in a general sense who he is. Now, paragraph 7 suggests that you just knew him by name as someone who's in your industry and had nothing to do with each other. Is that, that's what you're conveying in paragraph 7?
Yes.
Is that the
Yes.
accurate reflection of the nature of your relationship?
Yes.
And then please explain this, which is difficult for me to understand, that he calls you in June out of nowhere, you have no prior relationship with him, and then he tells you, I've got a contract, I need money, and then you give him 10 million rand without, there's no written agreement. At that point, you start paying into the account. There is no written agreement for 10 million rand, which maybe in your world it's nothing. In my world, 10 million rand is a lot of money to part with without any document, that a legally binding document that defines the relationship. So that's one, that you enter, you provide money. Not only do you agree, but you also start paying. You have nothing in writing, 1. 2, apart from telling us that repayment would be made at the equivalent of 10% of all payments until the 20 million is paid up, you don't say to us when those payments, what was agreed, in fact. And I got confused when you start getting anxious in December, because nowhere do you, for example, say, I know he was receiving money, that's why I started becoming anxious. There's this gap in information in your statement. How do you explain advancing 10 million rand to somebody that you have no prior business relationship with? You know him just by name and that he's in the same business as you, and you do so without a binding agreement to protect your interests. Can you just explain that in a way that makes sense to me, at least?
Yes, I can, Commissioner. Sorry. So when he approached me initially and he showed me this appointment letter that he had this contract, we spoke on several issues. We spoke about security. What security does he have, or does he have any security? Did he go to the banks? No. We then agreed, let's do a site visit. I went to his premises in Mainland, like I've said in my statement, and I did a full spectrum site visit where I was then also introduced to Mr. Michael van Wyk, who's the overall CEO of Med24. He owns this company. Mr. van Wyk has been in the health industry for 20 years. So a lot of experience. And when I did my walkabout in the Med24, when I walked around on the floor, I saw blood banks. He had all the blood banks there. He had doctors on site. He was ready to go. I was quite impressed. Screens, the system was ready to go. And that gave me some comfort. And then I had a conversation with Mr. van Wyk. He's been in the business for 20 years. He then assured me that he's going to be overseeing this project with all his experience. He'd be doing all of this. So I had some sort of comfort from that. So when we came back and we agreed on the terms, we then agreed, okay, fine, I'll do this. He was in a hurry because he needed to enforce the contract. He needed to deliver on the contract. I saw that as an opportunity. As a businessman, I saw an opportunity. I thought, hey, you know what, here's a good deal. I can probably get my terms, and those were my terms.
What did you know about the financial health of this company into which you are paying money? And let me play open cards with you. I ask you these questions because I'm skeptical at this point about your evidence that says you had nothing to do with Mr. Matala until June 2024, when out of the blue he calls you to say, I have a business, I have this tender, give me money, and just like that, you give him money without protecting yourself with legally binding documents. So I have that skepticism about it. That's why I'm asking these kind of questions. You put in money, 10 million rand. What did you know about the financial health of Medicare that you were prepared to risk your 10 million rand?
Look, it was 360 million on his appointment letter, so that was what also attracted me as a business person. I look at the numbers, and I looked at my investment, because initially he wanted 20. I said, I can't do 20, I can do 10. And Commissioner, even myself, when I get other deals, for example, if I don't have the capacity, I go out and look for investors. Somehow he reached out to me. Yes, how he reached out to me, could have been Brown that sent him to me. It could be Mr. Momela that sent him to me and said, phone this guy, he'd probably invest in your business. But when he presented his case, when I did my site visit, when I interviewed the CEO, I was convinced that this will happen. This contract is a good contract. We then agreed that we'll draw up paperwork, but we will do that as soon as the SLA comes. And according to him, the SLA was supposed to come in July. Some mid-July, he gave me a date of mid-July. That SLA only came out in October. And I had that funding agreement ready for him to sign.
Did you ask him in June 24 when he comes to you how it is that he's coming to you? Here's someone that you have
I asked
absolutely
him.
no relationship with. You know nothing other than the vague fact that he's in the same industry as you. Did you ask him how does he target you for this kind of thing?
He said to me that he sees my security companies, he sees my vehicles all over. He sees that I'm someone who's quite prominent in the security space, and this is an opportunity. So he then said to me, he got my numbers from one of my security guys, head of security, who's on the website of Fusion. He phoned that guy, asked him for my numbers, and that's how I got my numbers, and he called me.
So he came to you cold, basically. It's for all intents and purposes. It's
Yes,
someone
and,
walking from the street, knocking at your door and saying, I need 10 million rand, and you give it to him in these circumstances.
Commissioner, when he came to me, he didn't come from the street. He came in a Rolls Royce with about 25.
From the street, I think you understand what I'm saying.
Yes, he came with
from
about...
from the street as in,
Yes,
this is not an acquaintance, this is not someone that you have done business with, this is not someone that you have even met socially, because that's what you're telling us. You have absolutely nothing to do with him. All you know is he's a player in the industry in which you have a company. So I mean streets in that way.
Yes, he was very impressive with his first appearance. I'm saying he came with maybe a big entourage. I think there was maybe like 25, 30 bodyguards. He came with the whole entourage. So I saw capacity. I saw someone that knows what he's doing. I saw someone that knows business. And for me, that was impressive.
Thank you.
Can I use this opportunity to help you clarify something you say in your conclusion? In 51.2, I think you were responding to a question whether you had any relationship with the Minister of Police. And then in 51.2, you say the contract was awarded during the tenure of the previous minister, Minister Kekana. And then you say, it is clear that it is impossible and in fact untrue that you could have persuasive influence over two different ministers. Now that suggests that you had influence over one and not two. So can you just clarify that for me?
No, I had no influence over any of these ministers.
Do you have any relationship, or did you have any relationship with Minister Kekana?
No, not at all.
But you knew him?
Well, we know him from TV and from being the former Commissioner of Police.
So you didn't know him socially?
No, not at all.
Thank you.
something different. You say in paragraph 10, that's where you explain why you approached Mr. Mkhotsi. You say he's known as someone who is connected. What do you know about his connection or his being connected in the context of this transaction? What do you know about his connections?
Commissioner, he didn't say much, but he always said to me, we know him as a person that's connected everywhere. You need something done, you talk to Mr. Mkhotsi. You need to get something done, you need to find out something, you call Mr. Mkhotsi. He knows everybody. He just knows everybody.
Well, our particular interest here is his connection to the SAPS.
Yes,
let me finish. To the SAPS, but also to politicians. And you quite carefully say he's known as someone who is connected, so I would like you to unpack that. What do you know about the level and extent of his connections?
Look, Commissioner, for a long time he's been at various structures. He coordinates campaigns of the ANC. He's very active. And he said to me this, he said to me, no, I'm connected in the police. I know the generals, I know everybody in the police. I said, okay, fine. And he made that statement.
This is before this transaction.
Yeah.
He has told you before that he knows the
long
general.
time ago, not long, but maybe a year. But every time you see him, I mean, he knows everybody. He tells you, I know this, I know that. He just knows everybody.
Everybody, including politicians.
Yes.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
I think for the record, I must mention that the ruling has been, or rather copies of it have been furnished to Mr. Carrim's legal representatives, the evidence leaders and my co-commissioners, and I've given instructions for it to be uploaded onto the Commission's website. So for those interested, it will be available there.
Sorry, Chair, there were just some documents that Mr. Carrim was going to look for overnight. The one was his two-pager agreement with Mr. Mamela in relation to the mining venture. Second was the draft agreement that he had with Medicare 24. The third was details of the accountant who instructed that Mr. Matlala should pay Tamiz, not Ziggy. And the fourth was he was to consult with his attorneys in relation to accessing his WhatsApps from 2024-25 with Mr. Mkhotsi. And I would ask also with Mr. Mamela, if we can just get an answer on those tomorrow morning.
Have you managed to itemize all those, Mr. Bana?
We have.
Thank you. Thank you. Let's adjourn and resume at 9:30 tomorrow.